strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial, an evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. The past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you can. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red's on, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs, oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly I feel a breach. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Be a friend till the end, we'll fight the good fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came.
Kick my feet up, watch the sunset. Now I'm done relaxing. Time is chasing after me. I need a little substance. Not sure where it's headed, but I know it's going somewhere. Take a cab and don't look back. I'll move through all the silence. Now I'm colder than the weather. Steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers.
turning faster with no sign of slowing down. And the birds fly south so winter comes with the snow to blanket the town. The midday skies are clear and blue with a cool breeze in the air. You bundle up all nice and snug with something that's warm to wear. And the midnight sun is gone away with the fall colors to show. A time to think on memories of the time I used to know. All is quiet with no one round, but your voice is singing loud. So sing away so all can hear, so the lost can all be found. And the midnight sun is gone away with the fall colors to show. A time to think on memories of the time I used to know. And the midnight sun is gone away with the fall colors to show. A time to think on memories of a time I used to know. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm in your own bed and from the storm. Home is calling when you feel adrift. It'll always be there and never missed. Life has got you all around. You never feel you got your feet on the ground. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. You are worried of what's to come, but you never know until it's all said and done. You can stay home all night and day, resting your mind, keeping all bad thoughts away. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone.
roll my eyes on laser beams, and I can't jump over buildings, and I'm afraid of everything.
Not used to fields of nothing, empty plain. A highway memorial to fill up some space. And maybe the moon's only pretty 'cause it's far away. And she only wants me 'cause I'm keeping this place. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. Maybe I can find meaning if I look hard enough. The reason you're here is the cause of your tears, and a check every month. Cut the loss. Cut the loss. Just you watch. I'm better than this. Just you watch. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same. Skip this bit. It's not the lack of your judgment that makes you a kid. It's the lack of your substance that keeps you locked in. Oh, and keeps them talking. Find out a way to spend your whole life holding hand with empty faces that you'll never see again. Search out a way to find a version of you you like. Why aren't you getting tired of me yet? Why aren't you tired of me yet?
Well, I try to think them away, but nothing could keep them at bay. And the time I fight, they come right back. Yeah, seems nothing would stop them or last. You can look back, you can choose and accept it all. Try to feel it, don't try to fool it. You can do and accept it all. Your fear is bound to fall. Your faith is bound to love. Grilled peaches with a little bit of char. Scoop of vanilla didn't make it quite far.
In just a few minutes. All right, I think we are just about ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Tonight is June 25, 2024. It is 5:02 p.m. and Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Here.
Member Martinez.
Present.
Member Littlefield.
Here.
Member
Present.
Member Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zolotel. Here. Member Bronga.
Here.
Member Voland.
Happy to be here.
Member Brawley. Here. Member Salt.
He will be joining us shortly.
Member Perez-Verdia.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and Land Acknowledgement. Mr. Voland, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Rivera, would you please read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook and Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. We have item 4A, which is special meeting April 30, 2024. Item 4B, special meeting May 3rd, 2024. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Myers. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the adoption of the minutes? Hearing and seeing none, the minutes have been approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. Tonight marks my final assembly meeting as mayor, and I want to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Assembly, to the municipality, and to the people of Anchorage for granting me this great pleasure and honor. Over the past 3 years, we have faced numerous challenges, but together we have also achieved remarkable progress to move our city forward. We have advanced initiatives on housing and homelessness, revitalized the Don Young Port of Alaska, enhanced public safety measures, passed balanced budgets, and implemented competitive pay legislation for municipal employees. One of my proudest moments was appointing Bianca Cross as the first police chief of the Anchorage Police Department, who also happened to be female. I was deeply saddened to learn of her replacement today. I firmly believe that Bianca is the most qualified person for this job. She is professional, educated, and has the unwavering support of the rank and file. Despite the tumultuous and challenging months she has faced, I'm grateful for her steadfast and professional leadership and dedication during this critical period. The incoming administration has the authority to appoint their choice for this position, and I fully respect that. Moving forward, I'm confident that Anchorage is in a better place today than when we first took office. I remain optimistic about the future of our great city under new leadership. To the Assembly, thank you for your tireless service. To all municipal employees, thank you for your continued dedication to make Anchorage the best place to live and work and have a little fun. But most of all, I'd like to thank my amazing wife, Deb. For 30 years as an international pilot, I was gone most of the time. And in the last 3 years, we've had a lot of time to spend together, and she's been at every last assembly meeting that I've been at, and I thank her for that. And to Mayor-elect LaFrance, I wish her and her team the very best as this city moves forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So good evening, everybody. yourself in the queue. You can just say it.
Mr. Chair, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Ms. Alatel, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, as this was your last report, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to thank you and your staff for your service to the municipality these past 3 years. There's an extensive public record to bear witness to your time as mayor, and that record will far outlive both of our times here in these seats. The press and the public love to focus on our points of friction. So for my part, I want to highlight 3 ways the municipality made real progress where it mattered most over the last 3 years. 3 areas where 2 unlikely allies, you and me, for anyone who hasn't been following for these past few years, partnered and found success. The port. Your commitment to the port and its vital role for the state was clear from the moment you took office. I appreciate your partnership and steadfast support through the continued implementation of the Port of Alaska Modernization Program. We developed a new tariff structure and plan of finance, and we have nearly finalized design that will meet the needs of Alaskans for decades to come. When we hit roadblocks with the feds, we came together with our congressional delegation to get this project back on track. Our unity was loud, and that's thanks to you and to your staff, specifically Steve Rebuffo, Jim Jagger, Kent Kohlhase, Colby Hickel, Mario Bird, Mia Costello, Alden Thurn, and the team from Jacobs led by Eric Adams. On housing, you've stood beside the Assembly in our work to combat the municipality's housing crisis. With your support, we got to yes on Holden Hills development in Girdwood, and we paired code changes with public investment to turn old hotels into housing. We now have 271 units of low and extremely low-income housing and a national award to show for it. The facilitated process. To that end, I want to acknowledge the important progress we made during your administration on homelessness. When you came into office, I was deeply engaged on homelessness in my Assembly capacity. Your administration and the Assembly shared a table in the facilitated process and envisioned a solution: housing coupled with specialized shelters to meet our community's needs as we transitioned away from the pandemic response that required our partnership with the community. We did realize all the pieces of the facilitated process. It took us a while, but we did it. The complex care shelter now enters its 3rd year of operations, ensuring the most vulnerable people experiencing homelessness are off the streets and have a place that can meet their needs. The hotel housing conversions continue to be successful and full of tenants, and we now have an MOA-funded year-round shelter. It took time, but I'm proud to say that through our work, we've learned a lot about what our community needs, and we have so much to show for it. In addition to realizing the facilitated plan, this winter season was our most successful winter response in my 5 years of service, and we did it through partnership. This winter, the MOA ran an emergency cold weather plan that worked and has now partnered with the state to continue shelter capacity through this summer. Leveraging the emergency cold weather shelter investment by the MOA, we housed 150 people through the Next Step pilot program, a project you stood by from the very beginning. Partnership works only thanks to many people, and I'd like to acknowledge a few. Kent Kohlhase. Kent, you stepped into the role of municipal manager when the city needed you most. Your patience, tact, and pride in the municipal workforce shines through your leadership. Mario Bird. As chief of staff, you worked to ensure our government worked. Even when the branches weren't in agreement, we communicated and got the work done one way or another. To the acting directors, there are several of them, and I want to thank you for stepping up and into your roles you may not have chosen otherwise. Your service keeps the MOA running even in the most uncertain times. To the municipal workforce, thank you for sticking with the MOA. You are appreciated for your service, and we can't do what we do without you. And to Mrs. Bronson, I know very well that when you are elected, your family serves too. Thanks for giving up your time, your energy, and your precious moments spent with loved ones in service to the people of Anchorage. So, Mr. Mayor, in closing, let the record show that for 3 trying years, you stood by what you believed in, and I stood by what I believed in. And in the end, we did some good things together. Thank you to you and your team for your service.
All right, next we have my report briefly. as has been stated, we have a mayoral transition underway. Mayor Bronson, thank you. Again, I won't attempt to compete with the words just stated by Ms. Zalatel. I'd like to thank you for everything you and your team have done for the muni that we've been able to come to agreement on, and the struggles that we had. I think our city will be better for it in the long run. And also thank you for ensuring the incoming administration has had a smooth transition. All reports are that it's working. We have certainly had our differences, but in the end, I think we agreed more than we disagreed, and I know that you love the city and care about its future, and I want to wish you the best in your future. And for those of you who would like to attend the inauguration of Mayor LaFrance, the ceremonial swearing in and oath of office will occur Monday, July 1, in Town Square at noon. Alaska Center for Performing Arts will be a backup in case we have rain. Hopefully we have another day like this and we don't have to be inside for a meeting. There's a Pride Parade coming. Speaking of upcoming events, the annual Pride Parade will take place this Saturday, June 29th at 11:30 on the Park Strip. The organizers invite us all to join them for a vibrant celebration of love and acceptance and unity within the LGBTQ plus community and its allies. The parade is not just a display of solidarity, it's a testament to our resilience and diversity, reminding us of the progress we've made and the work that still lies ahead. Also, boards and commissions. If you have noticed, the Assembly has been postponing boards and commission appointments over the past few months to allow the incoming administration to have input and get boards and commissions fully staffed with people of their perspective. Tonight, there is an introduction of an ordinance to reinstate the Americans with Disabilities Act Advisory Commission with a public hearing set for July 16th. We'll take up this and other board and commission hearings or issues at the work session on July 12th from 1 to 2:30 at City Hall, room 155. Otherwise, this is boilerplate. This is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the city. Please help us create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, or pacing. Keep signs to 8.5 by 11 or smaller. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please don't approach the dais, but if you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk up ahead. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, please come forward and state your name and what part of town you're from and stay on topic. Otherwise, we'll now go to committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Myers.
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be on July 11th. Usually it would be a week earlier, but due to the 4th of July holiday, we will push that back. And then, Chair, just one note on item 13A. If there's anyone here who is looking for action on that, I will be moving that item to postpone to the second meeting of July when it comes up. So that, again, is the bike ordinance 13A. If you're going to be here for that, it'll be pushed to the second meeting of July later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is a meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting tomorrow from 1:30 to 3 p.m. We're going to continue discussing implementation of some key items to help make this summer more manageable, including the transitional shelter pilot program and designated safe parking areas. We're also going to discuss the final report from our third-party oversight contractor of emergency cold weather shelter, as well as some of the issues surrounding Fairbank Street. Regarding the Municipal Audit Committee and the Annual Comprehensive Financial Review, our annual audits, there continues to be a goal to get the work completed this week, but, and I quote here from BDO, our third-party auditor, it is up in the air at the moment. There is a very high degree of confidence that everything is going to be finalized by July 12th, which is important because that's the deadline for self-insurance. But whether we're going to be done by week's end is a big question mark. So that's why I've asked staff to work up a non-monetary contract extension. There still remains about $25,000 or so in the bank for that contract to the middle of July for all the parties to get this work done. So I'm hopeful that we will see that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, the last meeting of the Enterprise Utility Oversight Committee was last week. Thank you to Assembly Chair Constant for running the meeting while the co-chairs were out of town. We did have a brief introduction regarding an issue regarding burying utility lines. There's a funding mechanism in place whereby electrical utility lines may be moved underground, which I think we can agree is desirable. However, there's not a similar mechanism for the telecom lines. So you're removing some of them, but leaving others in place. And I think it opened up a good conversation to look at how we might improve that process. From Solid Waste Services, we got a more of an update on the material recovery facility and progress there. The woodlot is open now, which a lot of us are very excited about. And then we're also expecting more services to come online for recovering organic waste and plastics. Also from SWS, we discussed the Merrill Field leachate. As most of you may know, Merrill Field used to be a landfill, and there's contaminated water coming out of there, and there's the intention to look at perhaps drilling some wells to reduce those inflows. People have been traveling along 15th Avenue, may have noticed some of these issues over the recent years. Also on Merrill Field, there was an extension granted for the CARES Act funding that's been used for a series of improvements on Merrill Field. The last one, which we're looking at taking up at the Assembly in July for action, would fix the roof on the snow equipment facility. And then for the port updates, I will leave that to Co-Chair Zalto.
Thank you. And just a quick point, there's a gentleman in the back with a youngster, and just so you know, we have a box of young people toys up here if you find yourself in need of a distraction. So we welcome children here. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. No report.
Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to shout out that the Alaska Legislature, sponsored by Representative Wright, Senator Dunbar, and Senator Wielechowski, presented this legislative citation honoring Mayor's Marathon for its 50 years. We had a beautiful day for the race. The first winner was able to be the starter of the marathon, the first women's winner. And the citation talks about how the 50 years of this race has helped to increase the caliber of running in our state. The course has changed. The name of the race has changed, but there's no change in how beautiful the race is, and it attracts people from all 50 states and it increases tourism. I don't know if any of you saw the women's winner this year talked about how there's 2 races that she has turned off her watch and just ran, and Paris was one, and this race in Anchorage was the other. It really puts Anchorage on the map, and I thank the legislature for this honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bronco. Mr. Walland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Anchorage, Paris of the North. I was able to run in the mayor's, I did the half marathon, and so I see Senator Dunbar in the audience with us tonight, so thank you for the citation. It certainly did increase the caliber of my running. That last mile and a half was tough, I'll tell you what. At a meeting of the AMATS Policy Committee recently, a couple important things. Number one, folks may remember that some corrective actions were issued to DOT and PF. One being that they needed to develop and implement processes and procedures for a continuing, cooperative, and comprehensive planning process, what they call the 3 Cs. The policy committee voted to forward our recommendations on to DOT for what that process might look like. And we are hopeful that the STIP can proceed forward once these corrective actions are addressed in a timely fashion. And then we also heard an update on the long-range transportation policy plan. That was something that the Assembly funded when we looked at parking reform, is that we wanted to come up with more direction around policy when we examine the relationship between land use and transportation. And so that was a great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 reports. First, the Budget and Finance Committee, on behalf of myself and Co-Chair Zalatel. The committee met Thursday, June 20th. In addition to hearing our regular budget updates, we had a brief discussion about what the Assembly would like to put forward as budget priorities for FY25, and we are starting from a resolution we passed last year about our FY24 priorities. And so we are working on a memo that we will be sending to the incoming administration as some initial guidance from the Assembly on budget priorities as we kick off budget season for the coming year, fiscal year 2025. And the next meeting will be Thursday, July 18th, 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. in City Hall Room 155. Second, the Legislative Committee. The committee met on Tuesday, June 18th. We heard a detailed briefing of major budget items and other legislation that was passed in the 2024 state legislative session, as well as some highlights of things that didn't pass. If you were tracking the legislative session, you know things move fast right at the end, and there was a lot of bills added to other bills, so it was helpful to unpack that. So thank you again to our lobbyists. Last meeting of the Assembly, I mentioned that we are still awaiting word from the governor about budget vetoes. To my knowledge, there is no update yet, so we are waiting to see what happens with the FY25 budget, including the $4 million for continuing operation of winter shelter, or I'm sorry, of year-round shelter. And the next meeting of the Legislative Committee will be scheduled in September. There is not a date yet, but as noted, the next task of that committee is to work on preparing the legislative program for the 2025 session in cooperation with the administration. And that's my reports. Thanks.
So, Mr. Prisverdia.
No report tonight, thank you.
Thank you. I don't think Mr. Salt has joined us yet. Are you there, Mr. Salt? No. Okay, so he should be here anytime. All right, so next on the agenda, we have the addendum to the agenda. So the addendum to the agenda includes items added to the agenda and prepared the Friday before the Assembly meeting. The Assembly formally does this through a motion to incorporate the addendum as well as possible laid on the table items consistent with the Assembly's rules of procedure. So I'll go through the list of laid on the table items that we have so far. There's a number of them. There are just a handful of them that are new, which will be subject to the Assembly laid on the table procedures. Most of them are supplemental, and one of them is an item for introduction, which doesn't have any additional steps. So I'm going to go ahead and read the supplemental items and the introduced items first, then we'll get to the ones that require the laid on the table procedure. So I have to read the title now for the supplemental items. 10E4, 10E4B, Resolution AR 2024-199S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reappropriate $280,580 from the Pay for Success account 290-0000967 to the Anchorage Health Department AHD Housing and Homelessness for Cold Weather Shelter Bridge funding through July 31, 2024. There's an unnumbered AM 10E4C. Next we have 10E5, 10E5A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 541-2024. 10E5B, Resolution AR 2024-200S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reappropriate $122,324 from the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Non-Emergency Transportation account 290001147 to the Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness for Cold Weather Shelter Bridge funding through July 31, 2024. Anchorage Health Department. 10E5C, Assembly Memorandum AM unnumbered. Next is item 10G3AO 2024 unnumbered, an ordinance of the Municipal Assembly, Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 4.50.110 and 11.50.035 to reauthorize the Design Advisory Board for the Port of Alaska Modernization Program beyond 2024, modify the board composition, structure, and scope of oversight, and rename the board accordingly, with 10G3A AM unnumbered. Then we have also under 11B2, Resolution AR 2024-182S1, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage submitting public comments on the proposed final fish and wildlife program for the Eklutna Hydroelectric project as transmitted to the governor. Also with that is 11B3 and unnumbered AIM. Next we have supplemental also 13B9, Assembly Memorandum AM 547-2024, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly adopting the Housing Opportunities in the Municipality for Everyone Home Initiative by amending and repealing portions of Anchorage Municipal Code Chapters 21.04, 21.05, 21.06, and 21.07 to realign the residential zoning districts throughout the Anchorage Bowl with the stated goals and intents of the Comprehensive Plan and Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan, and providing for staggered effective dates for changes to groups of residential zoning districts. Planning Department. So next, I'm going to go back up to the items that need to be run through our assembly process. So item 10E6, AR 2024 unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly reducing the appropriation to the mayor's office by $10,000 for fiscal year 2024, appropriating $10,000 from the area-wide general fund to the office of the mayor for the 2024 general mayoral transition for the fiscal year 2024. So this is subject to the laid on the table procedure.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Ms. Alatel moves, Ms. Brawley seconds. Ms. Alatel.
I would have you speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So somehow this item got lost in the process. It was actually ready to go and submitted by Friday when the addendum was published, but when I checked in on it, because I didn't see it on the agenda this morning, it was just a staff error. And this item goes to pay for temporary staffing through, I can't remember the name of the company that's providing these services to us, because we've had to change the hiring process for municipal staff due to certain conditions that arose over this LeMay. So it's to pay for temporary staffing through LeMay for the oncoming staff of the transition. So it's timely because the transition concludes in about 5 days. I'd ask members to support it. Any questions? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote. On a vote of 11-0, that item has been laid on the table. Next, we have two items that are relating to congregate shelter. Ms. Alatel.
Thank you. Both 10D15 and 10D16 are related to sheltering. Due to my role as the Anchorage Coalition in Homelessness, I'd ask to be excused.
All right, you are excused due to ongoing personal and professional interests related to homelessness. All right, so next we have item 10D15, AM unnumbered, amendment number 3 with Henning Inc. for congregate sheltering operational services for the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Health Department. So $421,600. This item is laid on the table, so it is subject to the laid on the table procedure. Is there a motion?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Volland. Mr. Rivera.
Thanks. I'd like to, since this was put forward by the administration, I'd like to ask them to speak to the timeliness.
Mr. Collies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask, if she would, Alexis Johnson to respond to that question. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair, these documents get us bridge funding reappropriated to emergency cold weather sheltering, and then contract amendments to continue sheltering with the current operators for 30 more days through the end of July. We currently have a ITB out for operators for August through the end of the year pending assembly approval and also pending the funding coming from the state. This just buys us a little bit more time to get the governor's budget, get the MOU in place, and then get the money appropriated and new operators on site.
So is it essentially the same rationale for 10D16?
Yes, sir.
All right, so just for your own mental notes when we get to the next item. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Rivera? No, okay, thank you. On that item, if there's no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to lay on the table. On a vote of 10-0, the unnumbered AM has been laid on the table. That's 10D15. Next, 10D16, AM unnumbered. Amendment number 2 of Statewide Services, Inc., DBA ESS Support Services Worldwide, ESS for congregate food services for the municipality of Anchorage. So is there a motion to lay this on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Does anyone need the rationale again? No, okay. On this, members may proceed to vote. Motion to lay on the table. On a vote of 10-0, the unnumbered AM, that's 10D16, has been laid on the table. All right, so at this time, I believe that gets us through our laid on the table procedure. So next, I would like to ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing and seeing none, that motion passes, and the addendum and laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have appearance requests. Appearance request 9A, Jordan Harari, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state what part of town you're from, your name. And the microphone is not on. There's a green button. There you go.
Hi. Before we begin, can I ask, before the time starts?
Please proceed.
Can we start over?
Sure. Let's go. Thank you.
I've come here today to stand before you and the people of our city to say that I'm the problem. That's right. The heavy taxation, the housing crises, the homeless crises, the ineptitude and bureaucratic corruption in our government, yes, even the crime and the violence, I am responsible for. I am sincerely sorry and want to apologize to everyone. See, when I moved to Anchorage in 2008 at 20 years old, I had lived in Los Angeles my whole life up to that point. I left behind the pollution, homelessness issues, and crime-ridden streets for the beautiful and cleanly Anchorage, Alaska. I did so thinking that moving out of LA would solve most of the problems in my life and that I could get a new start here, and I did. However, what I didn't realize was that I was unknowingly bringing my childhood mindset with me. Growing up down there, I came to believe that everyone is inherently a good person, that it should be incredibly easy to vote, and that our democratic institutions were mostly run by people with selfless, caring hearts. That guns should only be for hunters, police, and military, and that a progressive society otherwise wouldn't need them. Overall, though, I believe that truth and love reign supreme most of the time, and that we would figure things out together as one people. Because I believe this, I didn't get involved in Anchorage politics until several years before Mayor Bronson's honorable tenure. I believed in those who were already elected, that those already elected to the Assembly and Mayor's office were good people who were trying to do good things for everyone. That's just how it works. I dutifully voted, but I didn't really know the issues that well, so I voted for progressive policies like taxing homeowners more to pay for services that I wanted the city to have, and as a renter could sit back and enjoy. I didn't realize that there's a difference between a right and a privilege. Like, for example, that voting is a right, not a privilege, and that by enacting mail-in voting, we've ended up incentivizing votes out of the victims, the lazy, and the liars. Honest people don't cheat, which is why most countries in the world not only don't allow general mail-in voting because of clear fraud risks, but also require photo ID, and yet 42 out of our 50 U.S. states don't require it. However, that didn't stop our mayor-elect from saying in this very hall in April 2022, before certifying the municipal election, quote, that this election was transparent, safe, and secure, end quote. See, like I said earlier, I'm the problem. I'm responsible for the mess we're in today. I'm here now because I've cleared the haze from my eyes and the dirt in my ears, and I've come to see just how much of a victim I've lived as. And to my great sadness, I see all of you still continuing to go at high speed down the same road that I pulled a U-turn on in 2015. Margaret Thatcher once said, the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Well, I'm leaving Anchorage. And not only am I taking my money, the money that you need to keep this party going, I'm leaving behind something too. I'm finally leaving behind that childhood mindset, a mindset of victimhood, right here in Anchorage. And so, my dear Assembly and incoming mayoral administration, congratulations, you won. Have your city. You've done hard work to force an agenda of absolute control, socialist policies, incessant gaslighting, and utter dishonesty. Please enjoy your celebration. I'll be sad to watch Anchorage's death. I'll go to the funeral. I'll even shed a few tears. Goodbye, Anchorage. You will be missed.
So your testimony is recorded, and I will just say that you were dishonest in what you applied to speak about. So thank you, sir.
Can you explain how?
Nope, thank you.
If you were to look at the submission that I submitted, it's quite evident that they're clearly in alignment. Thank you.
Yes, honesty. Please. Please. I guess celebrating dishonesty is a call du jour. Next, we have consent agenda 10A, 10A1, AR 2024. Oh, I'm sorry. Next, we're going to go through the consent agenda. Start with Mr. Presverdia.
No items, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Brawley.
Yes, I'd like to pull 10A1. Thanks.
Mr. Volland.
No items, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bronga.
I'd like to pull 10A2 for reading.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. 10 Delta 1, 10 Delta 2, 10 Delta 4, 10 Echo 3, 10 Echo 5, 10 Delta 15, 10 Delta 16. That is all. Thank you.
Just to make sure I got those right, 10D1, 10D2, 10D4, 10D 15 and 16, and then 10E 4 and 5?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
My items have been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Littlefield.
No items, Chair.
Mr. Martinez.
No additional items.
Mr. Myers.
No items, thank you, Chair.
Go through the list now. I have item 10A1, Ms. Brawley, 10A2, Ms. Bronga, 10D1, 10D2, 10D4, 10D 15 and 16, Ms. Zalatel, 10E 4 and 5, Ms. Zalatel. No other items. Mr. Salt, have you joined us yet? No, not yet.
I'm here.
Oh, you are? Okay. So do you have any items to pull?
No, my items have been pulled. Thank you.
Right, thanks. Glad you're here. So consent agenda items are item 10A through 10F and are typically routine and non-controversial. These items may be approved by a single vote. Prior to approval, items will be pulled. So I've got the items pulled. Now I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to adopting the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, the consent agenda has been approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we'll take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all items in 10G. So if you're here to see action on any of those items not pulled on the consent agenda, those items have now been passed, accepted, and approved. All right, so next up on the agenda, we have item 10A1, AR 2024-195, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing fireweed as the 2024 Alaska Plant of the Year. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Walland. Now I have Mr. Walland reading and Ms. Brawley presenting, is that correct?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, a resolution.
Oh, wait, hold on. So I'd like to ask unanimous consent for this item. Is there any objection to the approval? Hearing and seeing none, this item is adopted. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing fireweed as the 2024 Alaska Plant of the Year. Whereas, by proclamation of the governor, May is recognized annually as Alaska Native Plant Month. And whereas this year, the Alaska Native Plant Society opted to also celebrate a Native Plant of the Year. With more than 2,500 native Alaska plant species, choosing just one wasn't easy. And whereas the committee ultimately chose to celebrate fireweed. Cherished for its beauty and utility, fireweed grows wild throughout most of Alaska, with its vibrant pink flowers and long stems signaling the start of summer. And whereas fireweed is a resilient wildflower that provides food for bees and adds a splash of color to meadows, woods, and along Alaska's roadways, and whereas bears and other wildlife eat fireweed, as do humans, feasting on fireweed honey, syrup, steamed baby fireweed shoots in soups, quiches, or stir-fries, tossed in salads, flavoring jelly and ice cream, and more. And whereas fireweed has nutritional and medicinal benefits, with its shoots high in vitamins A and C, and its various parts used in traditional medicine to treat ailments including digestive issues and skin problems, through medicinal tea, infusions, and poultices. And whereas fireweed is a symbol of rejuvenation, known for coming back stronger after a disaster. The plant gets its name from the fact it grows in areas that have been burned by wildfires. In the aftermath of wildland fires, clouds of pink flowers appear amid the blackened trees and help the entire ecosystem by regenerating soil. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes fireweed, known for its remarkable beauty and resilience as Alaska Plant of the Year 2024, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of June 2024.
So I think generally this was in celebration of fireweed, but also the Master Gardeners, was it? The Native Plant Society. So if you want to speak about your society, just please. The microphone is off with the green button. There you go.
Thank you very much, Assemblymember Brawley, for bringing this forward and for the approval. The Alaska Native Plant Society, this is actually the first time that we got involved in celebrating a single plant in a single year. We are dedicated to the study and conservation of plants. We've been around since 1982, and we just thought it would be fun, and we have t-shirts if anybody's interested. Anna's wearing hers. Yeah, fireweed is an amazing plant. This was the first time, like I said, that we did this, but in addition to all those things that were read, I thought I'd share a few other lines that are inspirational, that if you've heard of the advice from different plants, and I don't know, they may even make these for animals. Some advice from fireweed: live a colorful life, put your roots down, and I won't rename all of them, cover lots of grounds, show up when needed. So I think we can all take some inspiration from fireweed. Thank you again for doing this.
Thank you. All right, next we have item 10A2, AR 2024-202, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the outstanding achievements of the 2023-2024 Betty Davis East Anchorage High School fast pitch softball team. It was Ms. Bronga, you pulled this item.
Thank you, Chair. Move to approve, and actually I wanted to add the mayor as a sponsor if possible.
Go ahead.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Go ahead and add mayor sponsor. And on this item we have Ms. Bronga reading, Mr. Martinez presenting.
I really should have previewed a little bit.
Sorry, I did it again. Any objection to approval of this item? Hearing and seeing no objection, this item is approved. Thank you. Now
All right. Thank you. Whereas the Betty Davis East Anchorage High School fast pitch softball team, known as the Thunderbirds, demonstrated exceptional skill, dedication, and teamwork throughout the 2023-24 season under the leadership of head coach Virginia Griffith. And whereas Virginia Griffith, an East alumni and former player 2006 through 10, and junior varsity coach for over a decade, took on the role of head varsity coach for the first time this season and led the team through an unprecedented and challenging season due to record-breaking winter snowfalls and delayed field play. And whereas the team utilized indoor gym space at East High to maintain their training and team cohesion, integrating new players into the team, including a freshman from California and 3 exchange students from France and Egypt, creating a welcoming and inclusive environment for all skill level. And whereas the Thunderbirds achieved an impressive opening record of 15-0, winning the Blue and Gold ASA tournament in Anchorage, Alaska, with notable game MVPs including junior Panina Talley, junior Aliyah Villafuerte, and sophomore Valley Wakefield. And whereas the team continued their strong performance throughout the regular season and into Cook Inlet Conference, CIC playoffs, with key players such as senior Mamie Sanford, sophomore Selah Rodriguez, junior Aliyah Villafuerte, earning game MVP titles, and sophomore Selah Rodriguez, and junior Aliyah Villafuerte being named as CIC All-Tournament Team. And whereas the Thunderbirds entered the state tournament with a 23 season record and showcased remarkable perseverance and skill, winning crucial games against Colony and Chugiak, and ultimately securing the state championship with back-to-back victories over Chugiak, including a final championship game with a 7-5. And whereas the state all-tournament team included sophomore Valley Wakefield, senior Mamie Sanford, and sophomore Selah Rodriguez, and game MVPs included sophomore Selah Rodriguez, senior Mamie Sanford, junior Panina Talley, ×2, and sophomore Valley Wakefield, reflecting the depth of talent and dedication within the team. Whereas the team's success was further highlighted by individual accolades, including sophomore Selah Rodriguez earning 198 strikeouts in 96 innings, leading the CIC League with 9 home runs and being named Max Preps and Gatorade Player of the Year for Alaska, contributing to the team's impressive overall statistics, including 7 players batting over 400, 21 home runs, 28 games, and an OPS of 1.173 and SLG of .661. And whereas the Thunderbirds' achievements are a testament to the hard work and commitment of the players, the volunteer coaching staff, including coaches Kim Lyons, Michael Thomas, Amy Hildebrand, Olivia Webster, Laura Anoa, and provided invaluable support and resources. Softball is an outsourced sport in Anchorage School District, receiving no financial or logistical support from ASD, ASAA for operational costs, travel, uniforms, training gear, and administration. The success from this season is heartfelt gratitude towards the dedication of the families and community members who supported the team financially and logistically, including the 2024 team sponsors, East Activities Office, Lady T-Bird Softball Booster Club, Anchorage Youth and Recreation, and the volunteer coaches. And whereas the team's triumphs this season, culminating in the winning of state championship, have brought pride and recognition to the East Anchorage community and serve as an inspiration to future athletes and students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and commends the Betty Davis East Anchorage High School Fast Pitch Softball team for their outstanding achievements during the 2023-24 season and extends its heartfelt congratulations to head coach Virginia Griffith, the coaching staff, the players, and their families for the dedication, hard work, and remarkable success. And be it further resolved that the copy of this resolution be presented to the head coach Virginia Griffith and Betty Davis East Anchorage High School Fast Pitch Softball team as a token of the Assembly's appreciation and recognition of their exemplary performance and contributions to the community, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 25th day of June 2024.
The microphone's not on, so hit the green button. Hit the green button. Green button. There you go, you're good.
Hi, thank you so much for the intro and reading that for me. I'm head coach Virginia Griffith, and I've got a few players here to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Selah Rodriguez. I'm a now junior to go to East Anchorage High School, and this is such an honor. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Panina Talley. I'm class of 2025. I was very blessed and honored to have being played with this team, so yeah.
Hi, my name is Jade Holmes, and I am now graduated from Betty Davis, and I played for 2 years for this team, so thank you guys so much.
Hello, I'm Isabella Lyons. I've played all 4 years for varsity, and I just graduated, so thank you.
Congratulations, everybody.
Turn that on for just a second. I won't take very long.
As you need.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to my coaches, Chris, Michael, Amy, Olivia, and Laura. Thank you so much. I couldn't do without you. And of course, my husband, who loved and supported me through all of it, late nights, coaching, and all. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, everybody. Next on the agenda, we have item 10. Actually, go ahead on the 10G item. Why don't we go ahead and do that now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the late on the table AO regarding the Design Advisory Board for the port, may we set the public hearing for that for July 30th?
So we'll move this public hearing on that item to the second meeting in July. Yeah, if there's no objection. Thank you. So next we have item 10D1. 10D1 is AM number 527-2024, Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission. Chet Harris. Ms. Zalatel. Oh, we can do both. 10D2 as well. AM number 528-2024, Police and Fire Retirement System Board of Trustees. Paul Honeman. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to postpone both items to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
Motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, briefly.
Yep.
Thank you. So this is consistent with our postponement of boards and commission appointments. Just for your calendars, on the 12th of July at 1 p.m., we have the work session regarding all of these appointments, the intersection of the assembly with boards and commissions and their organization, as well as the 2024 sunset audit plans for boards and commissions. So we'll be able to take those up in that work session. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So any further discussion on the item? Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I understand this has kind of been the practice of the Assembly for some time now, and consistently I think I've voted against postponement since don't need to rehash entirely, but I recognize that I think it's the prerogative of the current administration to make these appointments. However, specifically, I'm looking at this appointment, the second one, 10D2, to the Police and Fire Retirement System. And in this case in particular, ballots were mailed to all retired and active police members of the retirement system, and they voted to select this person. So this, I think, is more than just a case of the mayor choosing someone to serve in a commission, but in fact, the members affected by it who are provided an opportunity to play an active role. So I certainly hope that if we are going to take this up a little bit later, I don't think it's necessary, but if we do, that we respect the fact that, in fact, the retirees have weighed in on this one. So I'll still vote against postponement, but I just want to point out and highlight that issue, that this is also in consideration to the will of those affected. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And if you're new and you haven't studied up on the function of that board, I think it's wise for folks to do that. It is quite an interesting board, and we'll talk about that on the 12th. So any further discussion on the item? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion to postpone.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 9-3, both 10D1, which is AM 527-24, and 10D2, AM 528-2024, have been postponed to the meeting of July the 16th. Next up on the agenda, we have item 10D4. 10D4 is AM 520-2024, recommendation of award of grant to Catholic Social Services, Inc. for mental health, substance misuse disorder, mobile case management. Ms. Zalatel, you pull this item.
Thank you. I'm going to make a declaration. So this item came about due to a budget amendment sponsored by myself, Mr. Voland, and Mr. Rivera for behavioral health mobile case management. As I've read the item, it appears to be focused on those experiencing homelessness. And as we all know, the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness has the street outreach contract for to provide homelessness street outreach. So I am I see that there's overlap. It had been my intent in bringing the budget amendment that this would intersect with the mobile intervention and mobile crisis teams and leverage those services, but this is the item we have before us. So I think I have a conflict, but I'm going to leave that in your capable hands, Mr. Chair.
The question before us is the approval of a grant award that is based on a specific proposal put forward by the administration, and it does identify homelessness in it, but it is not what was intended by the sponsors. And so maybe Mr. Gates, I think maybe some opinion on the difference between what was proposed by the amendment when the budget was created and what's been submitted as a grant. Is there any basis for us to object to that because of how the sponsors had initially moved?
Mr. Chair, I'm not familiar with the item. I would want a couple minutes to take a look at it if I could.
So, okay, just for expediency, because it is drafted in such a way that it does address homelessness, and Ms. Altal's in that business, I am going to determine that she does have a personal or financial interest in the question. As attenuated as it is, it's too close to call at this time, so she does have a conflict. So next we have item 10D3, which is AM 519, 10D4, AM 520-2024, recommendation of award of grant to Catholic Social Services, Inc., Catholic Social Services for mental health, substance misuse disorder, and mobile case management. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Acting Director Rash, she is here. Would you mind answering a couple questions for me? So, this was, as Member Zolotel indicated, something that we brought forward, her and I, as a budget amendment, and it was born out of the Complex Behavioral Health Needs Task Force as one of the recommendations in their report. I think that there's an opportunity to have a little bit more, I guess, to meet a broader community need than just folks who are unhoused, and address behavioral health needs wherever they may be, for housed or unhoused individuals, but really with the focus on a pretty, I think, narrowly tailored focus on healthcare, behavioral health care, so having practitioners, clinicians be able to provide those services. I know that there was discussion during the task force around the desire to have those types of folks be able to go to camps, homeless camps, but I also think that there's a need, sort of a broader need outside of that, because homeless people aren't the only one with behavioral health needs. So how could we maybe cast a wider net? Do you have any opinion on that?
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much, through the chair. So you are correct in that it was born out of the task force, and we were looking at, I believe it's goal 3 out of that documentation. And while it does address homelessness throughout the documentation, I think that we can really engage with our community partners. I know there has been discussions with engaging with MIT, MCT to provide a more holistic approach. So I do think that we would be able to utilize this entity as well as community partners to address the needs across our community. Obviously, this is the first year in doing this, so I think this is a great opportunity to see how this works, and then to really expand upon that in the coming years if there is available funding, and there's still a want for that.
Okay, great. And one more question. As far as coordination with other providers in the community, is that envisioned in this? Are these folks, in order to, I guess, avoid duplication of services, will the folks that are served via this appropriation be tracked through HMIS, those who are unhoused, or how can this have the biggest impact in a way that's not duplicative of other case management services that are currently going on?
Yeah, so I think this type of case management is very different than any other type of case management currently occurring. And I think that by utilizing practitioners, those with more of a medical background in the case management is not currently seen. And so I do know that in the task force documentation, it does talk about using AKHMIS to track individuals. I don't know if specifically these individuals will be tracked through that system or not. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I am going to be in support of this item. I do think as we move forward, though, that is one of the biggest opportunities that we have, and that was sort of another recommendation of that same task force, that there needs to be more robust coordination, and there needs to be sort of a central entity who can collect that information and, again, we just create the broadest impact and the biggest impact, positive impact for the community as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Braga.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't have any questions for you, but I feel like anyone who's looking around our community knows that more street outreach would probably be better than less, and that I am very happy to support another person out there because what I've seen for street outreach right now is not super robust, and we certainly have a need all throughout town. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, I don't have anyone else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 520-2024 has passed the body. Ms. Alatel. Actually, we can go ahead and make a quick motion to change the order of the day, Mr. Rivera. So items 10D, 15, and 16.
And 4 and 5, yeah.
And 4 and 5.
E, 4, 5. So I move to change the order of the day to take up items 10D, 15, 10D, 16, 10E, 4, and 10E, 5, all items that deal with emergency shelter after item 14A.
Second.
So there's a motion to change the order of the day to take up 10D, 15, 16, 10E, 4, and 5 after 14A. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Briefly, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Since all of these items, including 14A, deal with both funding and then extension of contracts related to emergency shelter, just like we've done in the past, it makes sense for us to group them together and consider them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would just add there's another rationale. A couple of these items are, it's like a serial meeting kind of a thing where we have items that would have exceeded the requirement for a public hearing that we approved, even though we knew they had in excess a little bit because we needed to get the items out, so they were approved for a sum below the threshold for the public hearing requirement. And so the public hearing that we're having for item 14A is to kind of conduct the public hearing for the amount that's above the threshold that requires a public hearing, but they're all generally on the same notion, from the same account to the same process and the same expense. And so we figured to do all of these subsequent items after the public hearing so that we have at least had a public hearing, and if there are any major substantive concerns that come forward from the public in the public hearing, they can be addressed before we take care of the items that are related. So it's a way of kind of making sure we've done as much as we can to ensure the public has been fully informed. So that's another rationale. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Motion is to change the order of the day.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, the order of the day has been changed. And I believe that concludes the consent agenda for tonight. If you're seeing here, now we'll take our regular scheduled dinner break.
anything at all. I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, now I owe more back, cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything?
Mr. Salt, are you back on the phone?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thanks. We're back on the record. Thank you. Now we'll pivot to item 11A. 11A is AO 2024-46, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly directing the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility to decouple the municipality's access to drinking water from the 1991 Include Fish and Wildlife Agreement. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Second.
There's a motion to postpone by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. We are meeting with AWU tomorrow, and then again with the new administration. So this will give us a chance to make sure everyone's up to speed and we can know what they think about the ordinance. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the item? Hearing seen none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Brawley?
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-46 has been postponed to the meeting of July 16th. Next, we have item 11B, AR 2024-182 and 182S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipality of Anchorage submitting public comment on the Fish and Wildlife Program for the Eklutna Hydroelectric Project as transmitted to the Governor, and the proposed final Fish and Wildlife Program for the Eklutna Hydropower Project as submitted to the Governor. There's no motion pending. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to approve the S.
Second.
Motion to approve S version by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did something a little bit different with this resolution. We started with our original comments on the proposed Fish and Wildlife Program. Then we set it for public hearing, and we provided the opportunity to receive public testimony. And we were really fortunate. We got great engagement. It was the first opportunity for the public to directly weigh in. That was on the public record. And so what you'll see here are some updates to the original resolution that was previously passed to include not only our comments, but stakeholder comments directly from the public. They are explicitly quoted as received through the time for the addendum deadline. And there's just really one, and we heard it when we had public testimony, but I really want to highlight it. It's on page 10. Because this entire process has been a little disheartening. We have continued to be very clear about our position. We have raised questions, and in the end, I really don't want to lose sight of the fact that not only do we have a policy position, but that we walk hand in hand with the Native village of Eklutna on this, and that this is their, this is cultural for them. This is not just restorative for the river, but for them. And so I'm just going to briefly highlight this quote. I remember hearing stories from Grandpa Leo about how big the kings were. You'd have to carry them on your back. Another one kind of made me laugh, that the bears would be picky with their food and you could walk on the backs of salmon in the Eklutna River. There's a reason our people, the Dena'ina Athabascans, settled in Eklutna and the surrounding areas. And that's just a portion of that quote, but it really brings home to me why we are engaged in this process. Can you imagine restoration of the Eklutna River where the bears can be picky and the fish can be so abundant and we can really fulfill a failed promise to the people of Eklutna? So for me, this is a really important document to transmit. It will be transmitted to the owners, which we are one, but there have not been public stakeholder comments otherwise transmitted in this way. Following this, we will have the opportunity as owners to respond to stakeholder comments, and then at that time, the plan will be transmitted to the governor. So we are closing in on the end of this process right now as it's currently slated to exist. So I think it's really important that we make sure our communications are complete, that we create a fulsome record, and that we do so in full engagement not only with the Native village of Eklutna, but also with the people of Anchorage. Thank you.
Anyone else? So I'll just briefly speak.
Mr. Constant.
Thanks. I want to continue to make sure the record is correct, that nobody is asserting to turn off our power and shut down our water so we can restore the fish. Nobody has said that except the opponents of working with the tribe and implementing a policy that achieves the best good for everybody. And so I just want the record to be really clear that that is an argument being made by people who want to paint as absurd the position that the Assembly is staking, that the Native village is staking, that even the federal agencies have staked, that the plan as proposed misses the mark, but could in fact be amended to achieve the best possible outcomes that are very broadly successful at achieving the wildlife restoration goals. And so I just want to make sure that's really openly stated again and again and again. Nobody has asserted shut down our water and power so that we can put fish. It's not what we're talking about here. Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to say thank you to Assembly leadership and really to the full body for taking up this issue. I know the process was convoluted, and it really spoke to the challenges of, for example, working outside of, I believe it's NEPA, right, that there's these federal processes. So this one was carved out a long time ago, but really with the intent that there is still a robust public process. And so I appreciate that we, the Assembly, have taken that on and really sought public comment. And then also, again, to leadership for moving that forward and really not only, for the good of the municipality, but really supporting the native village of Eklutna. It is important to remember that we have a relationship with the native village of Eklutna, and that is not just something on paper, and it is not really just regular meetings, but it means actually standing up and supporting our allies when it is necessary, and in this case, when there's basically a century of harm that's been done, that we have the opportunity to hopefully reverse. So with all of that, I know lots has been said about this already. Just want to express my appreciation and looking forward to seeing what happens next from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I made a mistake, and I should have moved the S1.
So the mover and the seconder agree that it's the S1 we're talking about? I'm hearing no objection, so Madam Clerk will reflect it's the S1 that has been moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-182 S1 has passed the body. All right, thank you. Next, we'll move on to item 13A. 13A is AO 2024-51, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 09.04.010, and 25.10.010 to refine the definition of the electric bicycle and increase equitable access and improve user safety on two-way, mixed-use trails and sidewalks. Mr. Martinez.
Chair, I'd move to postpone this to the second meeting of July, that is July 30th meeting.
Second.
So the motion is to continue the public hearing. I guess I should have opened the public hearing again. Public hearing is open. And the motion is to continue the public hearing to the July 30th meeting by Mr. Martinez. And second, I believe, by Mr. Volland? Yep. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Chair, and I just encourage my colleagues to vote for the postponement, but also, Chair, I request that we have a work session on this item so that we can have a continued robust conversation, but we get to the item. Thank you.
Okay, we'll figure that out. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Any further discussion on the item? Motion is to continue the public hearing. Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2024-51 has been continued to the meeting of July 30. Next, we have item 13B. Was there a motion here to change the order?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to change the order today to take up item 14 Delta after 13 Bravo.
Second.
So there's a motion to take up item 14D after 13B, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley, I think it was. Okay, any objection to the motion? Hearing seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. So next, 13B, AO 2023-87, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly adopting the Housing Opportunities in the Municipality for Everyone Home Initiative.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Item was referred to Planning and Zoning Commission 9/26, that's September 26, 2023. Public hearing was continued from 9/26 and 6/11/2024. We have the S1, we have the original version, and the public hearing on this item is now open. We've already heard from the public, from a number of folks on this item, but members of the public who previously testified are allowed to testify on the changes. So we're asking you to constrain your comments to just the new information in the S version. So, welcome to come forward.
Mr. Chair, point of information as folks are coming up. Can you also clarify if somebody testified at the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing at any point, does that count toward this testimony?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, separate proceeding. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Visser. I'm from the Taku Campbell area of Anchorage. I just urge your support of this initiative. I don't know if you guys have seen some of the headlines that have been coming out in the last couple of days, but as of Friday, the University of Michigan put out an article that basically said that housing affordability is at its worst ever since they started tracking housing affordability. You sit back and you think, how's that possible when back in 1981 interest rates were 18%? That just boils down to the fact that, one, construction costs have gotten much higher than they were 4 years ago. It also gets into regulation. Regulation is much more strict than it was previously. All those little things drive up the cost of housing. Nationally, I think there's about 70% of Americans that can't afford a new construction home. In Anchorage specifically, the data is more like 87% of the Anchorage population can't afford a new construction home. And that's data straight from our chief economist at National Association of Home Builders. So what does that mean? That kind of means that the dream of home ownership is really out of reach for a lot of people. But how do we bring that back to more people? This will go a long ways in helping that, where you get a duplex or a duplex with an ADU that allows some people to supplement their income, be able to qualify for a higher mortgage, participate more in the dream of home ownership. So I just urge your support, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Visser. I had the opportunity to hear you speak last Wednesday, and you mentioned something about building triplexes with ADUs, and that was kind of a preferred model coming to you these days. Can you tell me a little bit about how those are coming to be, that people are choosing to build multifamily and adding ADUs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to, I guess, maximize rent. That's one of the main things. Kind of the design that we've been talking about a lot with a couple of different clients is kind of a step of housing. You have one accessory dwelling unit with a one bedroom, a couple of one bedroom or two bedroom units, and then more like an owner's unit with a 3-bedroom, 2-car garage. And that kind of allows, whether it be a small family or somebody single, to purchase a unit like that, but then kind of move up through the housing spectrum within that one single property. So it, appeals to a lot more people. And I just think it's a good resale unit because you can sell it to pretty much anybody, and they have their one little unit that they could live in.
So I have a question for you, Eric.
Yep.
So there's like this thread in our community that in order to achieve its own policy goals, attempts to characterize developers as merely out for profit, greedy, like all of these things. How do homes get built in communities? Can you help kind of characterize a little bit about the work you do so that people can understand who builds homes in town so people can live?
Yeah. What we like to say is we don't really build a home unless somebody wants that home, right? So when we talk about challenges with the municipality and challenges with inspectors and them driving up costs, a lot of those things, they think that that money's coming out of our pocket. But me specifically, I do a lot of T&M houses where basically exactly what I get charged, whether it be from a subcontractor and an inspection by the municipality, that cost gets passed on to my client directly. And I take a small percentage markup, and then that's how I make my money and operate my business. So really, people come to us with ideas and locations and types of houses that they want to build, and then we have to try and fit that in the box of the municipal code, and then try and build that as cheap and as efficiently as possible.
All right, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Visser, if you had a client come to you, an owner builder, they wanted to build a duplex, could you describe for us if that became a conditional use rather than a permitted use, what that would do to that project in terms of timeline and cost?
Conditional use, it would drive up the cost by, I think the permit is $7,500 for conditional use. and the timeline's up to 90 days. So, yeah, those
Okay,
two.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's everyone. Mr. Visser.
Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Emily Weiser, and I live in Airport Heights. I did testify in support of home in September, so I'll limit my comments today to the S1, which I also support. This is a really simple and clear change that's being proposed, and we've all had a year to think about it, really, because duplexes everywhere has been proposed from day one with these various versions of this ordinance. I've been to multiple hearings at the Assembly and the PZC. I attended a public webinar. We invited the sponsors to come to my community council and present, and they did, and we had a great discussion there. There's been, lots of op-eds and news articles about this, so I feel like this has been a huge discussion for over a year, which is, that's good. We've had lots of time to talk about it and think about it. So I became a homeowner in my late 30s. Before that, I was renting, and I rented a duplex, a triplex, apartments, ADUs, a single-family home. Just depending on the situation, that variety of housing is really needed, and we don't have enough variety of that right now. I think the S1 version would help with that by allowing duplexes everywhere. It would also help bring more housing. I would also like to see it go a little bit further and maybe allow triplexes and fourplexes everywhere as well. One of the ironies in my neighborhood in Airport Heights is that we have duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes that could not currently be built. So if those reach the end of their life and they have to be torn down, they can't be replaced, which not only reduces the housing that's available, but also actually changes the character of my neighborhood. So if that's a consideration, allowing those to be built again would actually help with that. It would be still gradual and piecemeal change. We're not talking about raising whole neighborhoods. We're talking about maybe one duplex or triplex or fourplex perhaps per neighborhood in the next 10 years. That would be a good thing. I would love to welcome more neighbors to my neighborhood. It's a great place to live. It's a really central location. Lots of people want to live there. I just talked to someone a few minutes ago who's hoping to buy a home there and just hasn't been able to. So I'd like to make it easier for more people to live there and also to support more services in my area so that, there's more things like the Fire Island Bakery, which everybody in my neighborhood loves, and we could have more things like that if we had more residents to support them. So I urge your support on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name's Dave Hansen. I'm in Ocean View, and I don't think there's any debate that we need more affordable housing in Anchorage, especially for new first-time house owners and people who are working here that are more in the medium to low income group, and also the general middle class. I want to thank you for your very frustrating efforts, I'm sure, at working on this over the past year, I guess, or more. However, the proposed action that just came out a week ago eliminates single-family zoning and replaces it with separate dwelling duplexes zoning that include up to 3 freestanding structures on an existing single-family lot. Trying to meet this purpose of affordable housing, it doesn't work. It does not accomplish the purpose. Rezoning for duplexes does not necessarily result in more middle-class housing. More likely, duplexes built will be expensive and unaffordable for the middle class, since it's just the way our industry is set up, that there's much more margin and profit in the more expensive house. Second, there's nothing in this that prevents them from using those duplexes for Airbnbs. And we've heard plenty about that in Girdwood and elsewhere. But without that, you're defeating what you're trying to do here. And nothing prevents that. In addition, the action does not adequately consider the related negative impacts of our long-established residential foundation single-family zone neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are where residents live for decades and form a stable community base for all of us. The influxes, as you've already read and you had in your newspaper article, there are many areas that aren't set up for increased residential density, infrastructure, traffic, etc. So the influx of these duplexes could lead to really impacting the quality of life in our single-family zone neighborhoods, which means some of the basic citizens and families would leave. So you, again, conflict yourself. Last, I just say, this kind of proposed action is a draconian type of action that impacts up to 53,000 homeowners, about half of Anchorage residential dwellings. So I request that you give us more time to work this out with the new administration and other people. I think most people don't even understand what's going on.
Thank you, sir. Your time
Thank
has
you.
expired. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello, my name's Donovan Camp. I'm from the Midtown neighborhood. And yeah, I thank everyone for their work on this home initiative. I've kind of been keeping an eye on it over the year and seeing all its iterations, and I've been to my community councils, and we've gotten a lot of good discussion going on there, and we've heard a lot about it. Lots of great op-eds and news articles, so I feel pretty informed, and I feel like the decisions have been well hashed out. I'd like to support the home initiative, and I hope that everyone here does too with a yes vote. It's something kind of near and dear to me. I've moved here from Fairbanks after graduating college, and just from my personal experience, like, it's been hard to find a house or a home or a rental for anything less than about 50% of my income, and that really just makes it hard to save any money to get to that next step. In Anchorage, doing some roommating and things like that, I was fortunate enough to be able to find a home. It's what I considered more of like a starter home. It's a little bit smaller. It's a condo. And this is like a similar story with so many of my friends from Fairbanks, because they move down here, they want to go to the city or things like that, and they are struggling to find housing. And this is like professionals in their 30s, and it just seems really wrong that, you know, we're doing all we can and we're still just scraping by in that sense, and paying a lot of money towards their housing. And for my starter home, with the housing market just continuing to go up, it seems like it's going to be more of a permanent home, which is okay, I love it, but you know, I'm going to have kind of hopes and dreams of other places someday, and I hope someone can have that place when I move up and they can have that stepping stone. I know that that's not going to be available for them. Zoning reform in general, I feel like we're seeing it across the U.S. This isn't just an Anchorage problem. And the cities that are doing these changes are seeing their housing at least stay level, if not go down. And it is just skyrocketing in so many other places. And it's a slow process that this has happened and that we aren't building homes. And I think we could make these changes now and hopefully make for a better Anchorage that's more accessible to a younger crowd or a younger generation. So I appreciate your support on the home initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is John Isaacs. I live at 2418 Forest Park Drive. I'm speaking on behalf of the Turnagain Community Council Board of Directors. We approve the comments we submitted in writing, and my testimony is based upon these comments. We appreciate the substantial efforts that have been made by the Home Initiative sponsors in developing potential solutions to housing problems in our community, and we know it has not been easy on you guys. We also appreciate the revisions that you've made in the S1 version. In general, we support the concept of allowing attached duplexes as a permitted use in all residential zones. We do have some specific concerns and some suggested revisions to language we feel are needed before we can support some of the substantial changes that are included in this ordinance. We would request that there's no rush to action taken on this until some of these concerns are taken. The first is still a public process issue. A 7-day public process period from when this was introduced to being heard is not enough time for people to digest and particularly to ask questions of the sponsors. I was fortunate enough to have some emails with Anna Brawley, who answered some of my questions, but I think that's more the exception than it is the norm. And particularly, some of the justifications have really not been made. Most specifically, why detached duplexes? There's been no justification of that whatsoever. No presentation tonight, no sponsor presentation. It's completely up in the air. In addition, with the time, a new mayor will be starting July 1st, and you've heard from others, and I would recommend you take the time to work with her, not only on this, but some of the other things you put aside, I think that still have a lot of merit to try to pursue in terms of other changes in zoning. Because of the detached duplexes, we would recommend that planning and zoning and planning staff be allowed to review this action before it was taken. We also disagree with amending AM 2105-030 to redefine two-family dwellings to include 2 detached structures on 1 lot. Two detached structures designed as a duplex plus an ADU really create a de facto detached triplex on what are now single-family lots, even if they can be done on large lots with adequate setbacks. Again, no justification has been provided for why doing detached. And most importantly, it creates a substantive character change in neighborhoods and potentially affects appraised value. If you did away with that, you might get a lot less resistance from homeowners who are really concerned about the effect on appraisals and the effect on character. It's also likely to increase this type of housing for short-term rentals and Airbnb. You heard it from one of the previous speakers. And that's a big problem in this town. So we recommend you retain the single shared wall structure duplex design standard and do away with detached duplexes. It was unclear to me whether the downtown district was being excluded from this or not, and I didn't have time to ask that question, so that's a question that should be addressed. We still have concerns about mid and long-term traffic, parking, transportation patterns, and snow removal by increasing density. If a 2020 comprehensive plan amendment is required to implement this ordinance, we disagree with the changes that are in AO 2024-44 and oppose approving that and this at this time because there's just too much vague language there. For these reasons, we're not sure this is ready for approval at this time in its current form. If it is approved, one suggestion would be that the implementation date should be delayed until 2025 to allow time to thoughtfully address needed changes for the comprehensive plan, resolve concerns raised by planning staff, involve the new administration in this effort, and give the public meaningful involvement in crafting amendments as conditions of approval. Thank you very much for your consideration, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
I just have one quick question.
Thank you very much.
So you said you were, John, sir, one quick question. You said you were speaking on behalf of the Turnagain Community Council, and you did have an opportunity to review the comments, and were they in relationship to the S1 version?
Yes.
So you did have a chance to meet on the document that was introduced and spoken about here?
We did. We held an emergency meeting and got the board together and had a chance to talk about it and then crafted our comments.
Thank you very much. So that's an ideal circumstance. Okay. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brandy Bowmaster. I live in the North Star neighborhood. I feel like you all haven't really heard much from renters. I'm renting a duplex currently. I love it. I love my neighborhood. It has a wide variety of different types of people of all ages. There's a lot of duplexes, a lot of triplexes, a lot of single-family homes, and I think that it's a really good combination of housing styles. But I wanted to tell you about my experience with finding a home here. So when I was in the market a few years ago, I had a really hard time finding my house that was in my price range that fit my needs. Between unrealistic income requirements, application fees, pet rent up to $100 a month extra if they allowed pets at all, which most don't, exorbitant flat rate utility charges up to $400 a month even for small units, being outbid by other prospective tenants offering more than asking price, and many units being simply unavailable year-round because they are used as Airbnbs. It felt like an impossible task to find the right place. Eventually, I resorted to putting notes on doors of units that looked empty. Amazingly, that worked. Though I am paying more than I had hoped after seeing how bad the market is right now, I feel lucky. I am also lucky to have had the extra time and flexibility to find a decent place and a community of friends who helped me out with ideas. Many other people do not have these privileges and have to settle for subpar housing or something they cannot actually afford long term. Just this morning, I spoke with a friend in my neighborhood who told me that their rent has been increasing by $50 every single month. Totally unsustainable. The market is really hard right now, and a lot of people are struggling to keep up. Something has to give. And I believe these zoning changes will help our community grow stronger. I urge you to pass the home initiative and to add back in triplexes and fourplexes. Also, in the future, please consider rent control measures and zoning restrictions on overnight rentals. This issue needs multiple approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Anders Carlson, and I live in Spinard. And I'm talking to you in support of the home initiative. And I guess I'll start off by saying I rent a triplex in Spinard, and I absolutely love it. I love the sense of community that comes from being closer to my neighbors, and I wish that more people had the experience like that. And the Assembly, I think, has heard a lot of opposition to this ordinance, and I understand where a lot of people come from. As humans, when we establish a way of existing, it gets comfortable, and things that appear to, show up and disrupt those patterns, they can become uncomfortable. But I'd like to remind people that there are those in our city that are not just uncomfortable, but are in deep peril. We have a serious problem with, I guess you like to call it a government-mandated housing shortage in the city, and it's affecting thousands of us. And while I appreciate the Assembly is considering the home initiative, I just wish we would go farther with this. Why not allow triplexes? Why not allow fourplexes? Why did we strip out all of the provisions in this new S1 version? I just wish we were going farther with this. And, we need to be using a diversity of tactics to be attacking this problem. And while I support the ordinance, as it stands, I think this is lukewarm at best. And we need to be doing more. Please consider voting yes on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Will Walker. I live in Spinard. I'm here to support the home initiative because I believe that building housing supply and reducing barriers to housing development, especially incremental infill development, are some of the most important things we can do as a community to make it a more livable community. I've been in Anchorage for about 3 years, and I've loved it. I'm a young professional, and kind of at that point, as are many of my friends who either are from here or have also moved here and have loved being here, making a decision. Is this a place where we want to set down roots and continue to live? And a major aspect of that is, can we afford to buy here? Can we afford to, live in a home and, potentially raise a family here? I currently live in a duplex in Spinard, which I've loved, but it'd be great to, increase housing development so that there are more housing opportunities, especially for first-time homeowners like I would be. And again, my friends and other folks who either have moved here or who have grown up here and are trying to make these decisions. Also would encourage you to consider re-adding in the triplex and quadplex elements to, again, reduce barriers to infill development. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine, and I live in a single-family home on the Lower Hillside, which I understand is one of the neighborhoods that would permit duplexes in the future if you were to pass home. And the first point I wanted to make is that in my anecdotal experience and in my friends' experience, rental income makes homeowning available to many people who do not have inherited wealth. I have several friends who bought duplexes as their first home because they would be able to rent the other unit, and that was the only thing that made it possible for them to own a home. I'm sure that some people rent that second unit to short-term rentals or Airbnbs, but in my experience, they're all renting to their friends, or in one instance to people they do not know who are long-term renters. I want to make the point that rental income is important to many first-time homeowners, even if they do not own a duplex. I currently live in a single-family home on the Lower Hillside with two other single women. One of them bought the home and then invited the two of us to live with her to help her pay her mortgage, which has been a wonderful experience, and I think our neighbors enjoy having us around, even if we're not actually a single family. But I just wanted to make the point that just because it's a single-family neighborhood doesn't mean that there are only single families living in that neighborhood. And in fact, allowing duplexes or even bigger triplexes and things like that might just enable housing that's actually more suitable for the people who are already living in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. Pull the mic down.
Oh, where's the button?
Just pull it down. That's all you got to do. And you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome, Eleanor.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Eleanor Andrews. I'm sure you all know me. And as this continues, I'll probably come back. Everybody's saying, you know, the old Alaska story. I've been here 30 years, 50 years. These are my experiences. And I listened to this a lot years ago because I was involved in affordable housing development. I was a member of Anchorage Neighborhood Housing, and we developed over 1,200 units in 10 years. Some of them were brand new, still standing today. Excuse me, Spruce View, Hampstead Heath. We revitalized Fairview, revitalized Government Hill, revitalized units on Rica on the east side. And I know what it takes. And what I want to happen in this rezone consideration is you do it on facts, not anecdotal stories. Everybody's got a housing story. I have bought and developed 5 houses downtown myself. I've done housing development outside, and you don't do it this way. You don't have somebody come to town with a template, sightline, lay it on you, sprinkle water on it, and say that's going to solve our problems. We need to sit down together before you write laws and change laws and say, what is the problem? What are the solutions? But you don't do it in a vacuum. And what you have done is met with what you call stakeholders and housing enthusiasts for over a year, didn't invite the public, and then started laying ordinances on us. I used to have government positions and staff and whatever. I need staff to keep up with what you're doing now, because every time I come, there is another version of something that you want to do with zoning. And I have seen no proof. I've asked for people to say, what drove you to do this? What evidence did you have that rezoning Anchorage is going to make housing available and affordable? There is nothing that you have done that's going to make housing affordable. And so I would implore you to follow the suggestion that retired Judge Andrews wrote to you, Elaine Andrews. She's a certified mediator, and said, why don't we get together and start this from the beginning and find out what the facts are and get the best ideas from everyone. Because I would venture to say, except for the sponsors and the consultants and the lawyers that you have writing these things to you, most of you don't really understand all of it. So I'm asking you to step back. Let's get together and get the best ideas for everybody before you start changing the character of Anchorage. And it won't affect me. I'm looking out for the people that don't come and speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Sean McDowell, and I am a renter in South Addition. I currently live in a duplex, and I am here to urge you to support the home initiative as well as S1 today. Based on my experiences as a renter and as a young person in Anchorage. It is very difficult for young people to find adequate housing in Anchorage. If you have a pet, forget about it. In my last place, I ended up having to move before the summer because it was going to be used as an Airbnb rental for the summer. In the pursuit of another place to live, I toured a house that I really liked, and at the end of the tour, of course, it wouldn't be able to be a long-term rental because it would be used for the summer for an Airbnb. Finding a long-term rental is really difficult. As a young person, a young professional who is just entering the market, there are serious issues, Airbnb aside. Of course, this wouldn't be addressing those, but how we can start to solve those issues is by adding more housing in Anchorage, making it more available through duplexes, through triplexes, through quadplexes, is how we solve this issue. We all know that Alaska has a problem with keeping young people. If there's nowhere to live for young people, it's difficult to find a long-term rental in Anchorage, young people are going to keep leaving. And that is a problem that we should all want to fix. So thank you, and I urge you to vote yes on the Home Initiative.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Scott Maxwell. I live in South Addition. I was very lucky to find my place in South Addition at the end of last summer because for 3 months I was homeless. I'm a teacher. I started my housing search at the end of May last year. And showing after showing got canceled because the units that I expected to see were rented before I could even see them. What became apparent was a dire lack of housing stock in this town that needs to be addressed immediately. This is at an emergency level, and you're going to hear stories similar to mine, similar to the last gentleman, similar to people who've spoken earlier and who are going to speak after me. I hope you will support any initiative that will increase the availability of housing stock in this town. I am a single man. I have no children. I have no pets. It should be easy for me. And it should not have taken 3 months for me to find a 1-bedroom in this town. So you will excuse me, everyone, if when I hear people concerned about the effects that duplexes might have to the character of their neighborhoods, you will get no sympathy from me. Not when I had to go through what I did last summer. So, we talk about wanting to preserve, community. The way you preserve community is by giving your community members a place to live. I'm a teacher. I hear people saying that they want to preserve single-family housing. That means that there also needs to be housing available to the people who support those families, who support those children, who work with those children. I include myself in that. So again, I urge you to take urgent action to increase the availability of housing stock in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Kirk Burgoyne, South Anchorage. I'm asking you to not move forward with this resolution. The changing of the zoning could as much as triple the density of individuals in the area between the ADU and duplexes. Again, changing the character, which some of us don't seem to care much about. My concerns also lay out about the long-term ramifications, the unintended consequences. Traffic issues, septic issues, or is that going to be something that's to be considered if somebody is permitted to put a second unit on a property? Sewer, utility lines, is that something that can be common, or does that have to be separate issues? If somebody decides they want to sell the second unit, what kind of issues and problems is that going to create? 1 lot, 2 houses? I just see a lot of snafus and problems coming with that and not seeing it increase any buyable properties for the more affordable homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Paxton Welber, currently building in the Rabbit Creek Community Council area. So I moved back to Alaska in 2014 after living in the great American cities of New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. I moved back because of the access to the outdoors, my friends and family, and the opportunity to afford housing and have a good quality of life. I founded a company that manufactures outdoor equipment here in Midtown, and it's going pretty well. A few months ago, we were featured in an article on the homepage of the New York Times, and in the subtitle for that article was the name of another great city, my hometown of Anchorage, AK. But the housing opportunity that helped bring me back here a decade ago is just gone now. The cute but funky starter homes are gone. The affordable apartments are gone, and we're barely building anything. It's tempting to chalk this up to factors largely outside our control, like interest rates or the cost of labor or shipping, but those exact factors apply in the Mat-Su Valley as well. And they're building 5 times as many housing units per capita as we are. Guys, as someone who loves this city, it kind of pains me to see us outbuilt and frankly outclassed when it comes to housing policy by our neighbors and friends to the north. And I know you might be thinking this is about land, they have land and we don't. It's really not true. Anchorage has a massive footprint. The bowl alone is over 100 square miles. We have the land, it's just that we're not using it to its full potential. Speaking of which, I'm disappointed by the homeowners who say that the Assembly needs to stop basically every minor effort to increase housing in this community because it could impact the value of their homes. First of all, this is misguided. Removing arbitrary restrictions on land use increases rather than decreases the value of land. But beyond that, there's this implication that a proper role of government is to take away opportunity from property owners, builders, and people who just want a place to live in order to artificially inflate the short-term sale price of our existing housing stock. This is a deeply cynical, corrosive, and short-sighted view of the role of government in this city. As somebody currently building a home, I want to say, please do not do this on my behalf. Anchorage needs to work for everyone, whether they've been here for 50 years, or 5 years, or 5 minutes. Recently, one of my neighbors from the hillside came before this body and said, so we have a housing shortage, so what? Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to live in a so what city. That's not what I moved back for. I care about this, a lot of people in Anchorage care about this, and I think the Assembly cares about this too. Please pass home. Thanks.
Thank you, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm William Baxter, I'm from Fairview, and I've always had cheap rent. I've been renting all my life. I'm 68 years old, but you know what? The reason they gave me cheap rent because they love me. I have always had good landlords. I respect my landlords. I help my landlords, and I just they always give me free cheap rent. But I mean, my rent a lot of times cheap. One lady, she's dead now. She gave me, it was half of what everybody else is renting for, but she liked me.
Mr. Baxter, I'm going to ask you to pause for just a minute. There's a disruption in the back. Please don't disrupt members of the public who are trying to attend this meeting, ma'am. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Baxter. You've been warned.
But you know, it's they like me. You know, this is my second one. My second landlords, they always treat me good, and I always pay my rent on time, and that's what you need to do. And you know, and I talk to a lot of people that like me that's rented a long time. If they like you, they'll go over backwards for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Matt Fink. I live in Spinard. So I'm here today because I want to talk about the American dream for a second. And one of the American dreams is to own your own home and take pride in your own home and save to buy your own home. And the way that I read this ordinance is that anyone could go into Turnagain, or they could go into Bayshore, or they could go into Hillside, they could buy a house, they could convert it to a duplex, and then add an IDU, in essence making it a triplex. So I look at Turnagain, and I don't live there, but the roads are 30 feet wide, and they can barely move the snow out of there. And then I imagine investors, basically I think this ordinance makes zoning a capitalistic opportunity for people who will go into areas where single families are. They'll say, let's buy that house, we'll convert it to a triplex, we'll add an IDU, and then all of a sudden, instead of having 2 cars in the driveway, you've got 6. And they can't get the snow out now you've got 4 in the road. So, you know, what I think this ordinance does is it kills the American dream, because all of a sudden, what you saved for and worked for to get is basically now, hey, we're going to have 3 people to the right of you, 3 people to the left of you, and it changes the whole character of the neighborhood. And I hate to see, you know, money being the driving factor for people converting their houses. And I think that'll happen. I think you will see that happen. And, you know, there goes, most people, their number one asset in their life is their home. They buy their home, they build onto their home, they add onto their home, they mow their lawn, they paint their house, they take pride in ownership, they know all their neighbors in the neighborhood. And what this opens up is a bunch of rentals and a bunch of single-family dwellings that have maybe been there 30, 40 years. Everybody knows everybody, everybody has a block party, and the next thing you know, there's a triplex here, there's a triplex there, there's a triplex here. The community part goes away, and I heard a lot of people say, oh no, the community gets better. It's like, well no, because it'll be renters that'll be coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. You know, I know you're shaking your head, but that's what'll happen. Investors, developers will buy homes in nice areas and convert those buildings to duplexes. Add a mother-in-law, they'll look at the numbers and they'll say, because the rental market's so tight and they know what they can charge, they'll start converting all these homes. So I would just ask, I'm adamantly opposed to this ordinance. I think in a lot of ways it kills the American dream for a lot of people of single-family home ownership. And this is like a free-for-all. Not to mention, I got 17 seconds, not to mention the water's going to be an issue, electrical grids are going to be an issue, sewer's going to be an issue, parking's going to be an issue. Anyway, I'm done.
Thank you. Did you have a question, Ms. Brawley? Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks for testifying. And I think your name sounds familiar. Are you a realtor, sir?
I am.
You mentioned neighborhoods like Bayshore. So my understanding, because I represent Bayshore among other communities, and I'm aware that a lot of communities, including single-family communities, are homeowner associations that govern that community. I just wondered, do you have any idea how many there are in the city, or?
I don't. I'm a commercial real estate agent.
Okay. Yeah, just would suggest looking at kind of the rules that govern homeowners associations beyond zoning. Thank you.
So CCRs will trump this ordinance?
All right, so it's really not proper to ask questions of the members, but
Okay.
after, it's probably, you could ask that question, and someone will probably speak to that in the debates.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
all right, thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sean. Recently moved to around 36th Street, and I want to start by saying housing is a human right, and that I recently recently moved forced out because our landlord was not paying the mortgage, and so we, instead of being able to say, own that home because they're not paying it, it goes to a different company, so they can, a landlord can continue to exist with that system. But I appreciate this doing it, but it doesn't go at the root cause, with rent being the #1 inhibitor to building generational wealth all across America. With paying, we moving to an even smaller house are paying more than we did before. The rent system with the landlord, the renter, is a remnant vestigial from the feudal days when we had kings, knights, and stuff. With the lord the rent would be grain. You would give half of your grain. And now it's transferred into money rent. And the claim of wanting the American dream, not a single American can do that because over 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The fact is, landlords, they strip us from our wealth. They get their money by taking majority of our paycheck from work we did that they're just getting by saying they own the house. No one owned the houses when we built them ourselves, but once we started having class society, they did. I support this as it's a step in the right direction, has increasing density, increases green space, and has a bunch of other benefits. But I just wish you would consider doing more and also using available housing resources. With one search on Zillow, there are about 4,000 empty homes in Alaska with around 3,200 homeless people and people searching for homes. Be more efficient with the resources we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Miranda Walso. I live in the Chugach-Eagle River area. I want to state my support for this ordinance. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's a step in the right direction. I also want to share my story. 10 years ago when interest rates were really low, my family was lucky to get a piece of property out in Chugach-Eagle River, and we built a duplex. And in the other half, it cost about as much as it would have to build a single-family home at the time. But we were able to customize it so that my disabled mother and sister were able to live there. And for the last 10 years, it's helped keep us together as a family. We were able to support her, and it helped stabilize, our finances as a group. There are concerns I have with it. I think there's a big difference between increasing density in an area that's connected to public water and sewer versus one that relies on septic and wells. I do think that it's necessary to recognize that other things like, access to emergency services and things, especially those that rely on volunteer fire departments that don't have access to hydrants, will be very affected by changes in density. That being said, I do think that it's a step in the right direction and that we shouldn't, perfect is the enemy of done or something like that, and that looking forward, it's obvious that something is necessary. I have many friends who have been, for the last 10 years, wanting to buy a home, and they're not able to. Their rent has doubled or tripled. My mortgage has gone up, $600 a month because of property taxes, but that's nothing compared to my friends who have rent, and they're not able to save, and it makes a difference. So I encourage you to pass this ordinance and to keep working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. And I believe you testified before.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Martin Hansen. I live in the South Addition. Rezoning all, I'm, by the way, hoping that you will table this for further consideration, and I will develop the reasons why I feel in favor of that in a minute. Rezoning all single-family housing to multi-dwellings, including 3 separate structures, is a major change to our city and our neighborhoods. Now, we got the 2 excellent opinion pieces on the Sunday's paper. The sponsors say, the home initiative is being shaped by the public process. Tell you what we think, what you think. We are listening. And Charles Wolfworth, who was an assemblyman for many years and a very well-informed Anchorage resident, says, but even if relaxing the rules is the answer, a decision as fundamental as doing away with single-family zoning should be part of a plan that involves everyone. Honor the public process, which is the legacy of long, hard fights by the progressives of the past. And Charles Wolfworth is a progressive. My background, I retired from the Department of Interior after 30 years. I have a pretty darn good background in public process. I've written maybe a couple dozen EAs, participated in the EIS team for the renewal of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline right-of-way. That was actually the first pipeline renewal in the U.S. because the law was just 30-year-olds at the time. I was a town site trustee. I spent many, many weekends out in the villages in the YK Delta explaining concept of private property to people who had applied for town site lots. I believe in public process. Public process involves public give and take. Public process takes time. Public process involves our community councils. Public process invites discussion and work groups. We are waiting for a lot of that. And then there were Anchorage land use plans. Took all those factors and quite a bit of time, and they were developed and they're good. So I'd like to close with one thing. This is kind of sad. Our son, who lives in Portland, Oregon, is looking to buy a house in Anchorage because Portland, which adopted a rezoning similar to this, does not have affordable housing. And I know there's so many things we can do to make affordable housing, and I would love to work with you on them. And there was an unfortunate imputation that there was a racist aspect to supporting zoning. Read this book. Please.
Thank you, sir. Your time expired.
Any questions?
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Klatt. I live in District 1. I'm a renter. I'm also an attorney representing people experiencing homelessness in Anchorage. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. And first of all, please excuse my appearance. I just went to do the Rainbow Run and then came back here in the hope that there was still time to testify on this. I just have a few observations to share. First of all, does restrictive zoning contribute to homelessness? Absolutely, it does. I'll elaborate on that in a different forum another time. Second of all, the concern has been brought up many times about character, neighborhood character. I would argue that neighborhood character is not the product of government intervention and enforcement of laws. Neighborhood character is the product of people interacting with other people, renters with owners, etc. I think it's a fool's errand for a city of this relatively small size to try to dictate and micro-create particular kinds of character or preserve memories of character of times past. And then third, I want to speak to this question of process that has also come up many times over the course of this debate. The very fact that the process has been confusing to residents and to assembly members during regular assembly meetings, during work sessions, during committee meetings, including to figure out how should zoning be amended? How can it be amended? How does it interact with the land use plan? How does it interact with the comprehensive plan, etc., is a sign that something is really fundamentally broken here. Again, for a city of relatively small size, it should be relatively straightforward what the process is to create zoning that will help bring about the kind of city we all want. And what I mean by that is not a particular kind of character, but what I mean is one where it's dynamic, it's ready to change, it's ready to do what the future requires of it, rather than embracing and holding on to the past to the detriment of the future. So with that said, I would urge you to adopt S1, but also amend it to allow for up to 4 plexes in zones R1 through 5. And again, this is not going to force anybody in a single-family home to tear it down and build a 4-plex. What's at stake here is what the government is being asked by some neighbors to restrict your neighbors from doing. It's not going to force anybody to give up their homes. It's asking the government to interfere with your neighbors. Please end that restriction. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Michael Patterson. I live in District 5. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage, and I guess past this. It has been so watered down, and I mean, if this is the best that we can do, then I guess go ahead and do it. But I mean, here's the issue, is that housing is a human right. This city needs to start treating it like a human right, which means that it's a public utility. We need to treat it like a public utility, and what we've allowed is for private interests to privatize a public utility. It would be the equivalent of privatizing water or oxygen. That is the equivalent with housing. And this is a situation we get. The reason why we have a housing shortage is because policy failure. I grew up in Anchorage, and one of the things that I don't think people realize is if you're poor, like I grew up very poor, you move around a lot. You don't stay in one school. You don't get a chance to put down roots. You don't get to because you can't afford to live, or your landlord decides that they don't want you even if you paid rent for the entire time. There needs to be serious changes to how we do housing. And the other thing is too, for all these folks who want to hold Anchorage to hostage to the past, yeah, you're worried about density. Oh, the roads are going to be too full. Oh, maybe the plumbing. Guess what? Maybe we have to change Anchorage. Maybe what we should actually do is modernize the city. Maybe we need better public transportation. Maybe we need to actually live in a city. I remember, for example, it used to be the Sears Mall, and the folks that lived here before, they were like, oh, it used to be a swamp, and now it's Sears Mall. It's not even Sears Mall anymore. That is the level of change and progress that has happened just in my lifetime. I'm only 33. My kids are not going to stay here. Why would they stay here? It's not affordable. And to the last guy, your son probably can't afford a house in Anchorage either. And so for folks who are saying it's going to ruin the character, the character of Anchorage sucks. Anchorage is awful right now, and I love this city. I grew up in this city. I love this city. But if you want to solve some of the fundamental problems here in Anchorage, you have to fix housing. You have to fix housing. It has to be treated like a human right. It needs to be treated like a public utility. And to the people who say, well, I got mine, go away, don't change the character of my neighborhood, tell them no. Because if they oppose just even this minor change, they're not going to support anything. And one thing about public process is only for the privileged. I can't show up to a meeting during the day at 1 o'clock. I can't do that. I can't. What about the people who are living in camps right now? They're not here. Or the person working 2 jobs to pay their rent. Do the right thing, and please pass this.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jason Norris from Lower Hillside. Appreciate the opportunity. I've lived in Anchorage for 28 years, almost all in South Anchorage, and a decade of that on the Lower Hillside. I'm the father of a middle schooler and a high schooler, and I'm here tonight because I'm tired of those who don't care whether our kids will have a place that is affordable to live in Anchorage. I'm tired of them dominating this conversation, and so I'm here for the first time to testify. I've grown weary of these people negotiating in bad faith, demanding more time, more process, not because they think it'll result in a better outcome, but because it'll result in their preferred outcome. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. If my kids graduated college today, they couldn't stay. I strongly support the home initiative. I think legalizing duplexes everywhere is a positive step forward and should be passed immediately. However, I feel like it does not provide enough incentive for development to occur in the time frame in which we need it to occur. We need bold action to solve a big problem, and our housing crisis is most definitely a big problem. Putting a small Band-Aid on a gaping wound doesn't make the wound any smaller, even if more people like the color of that Band-Aid. Therefore, I urge the Assembly to further legalize fourplexes in zones R1 through R5 to allow construction of the missing middle housing in alignment with the Municipal Planning Department's recommendation of 18 March 2024. I want more housing in Anchorage. I want regulatory and bureaucratic hurdles removed. I want us to start building the Anchorage of the next 30 years, not freezing Anchorage in favor of those who bought their homes 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ira Slomsky-Pritz. I live in South Addition. I just really want to quickly say a couple things in support of this ordinance. First of all, a big thank you to focusing on this issue and focusing on housing. I genuinely believe it is one of the most important things you all can be working on. And I know you've put in a lot of work to this, so I personally just want to say thank you a lot for all the effort you've put into this. Secondly, just an observation about the process. It strikes me that this is a pretty acute problem. We have to move quickly to build a lot of housing. And this process is not designed to do that. It's a slow process, and I believe in it. I mean, I have neighbors here testifying against this, people I really, really respect, and it's just true, and it's not unique to Anchorage, that we have to build a lot more housing, and this process is slow. It doesn't incorporate the feedback of the future beneficiaries of more affordable housing. And we see what's happening in other places where this has gotten to a crisis, whether it's a red state like California or a red state like Montana or a blue state like California. It gets to the point where the state intervenes and forces zoning changes on local governments because these processes are just not keeping up with the need for more housing. So please take the public process into account, but also weigh the urgency of this problem. And in taking this relatively modest step, I really believe in Anchorage. I want it to be a place where other people can live. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of duplexes, and it feels like a great neighborhood. There's a lot of community. There's a lot of single-family homes. I feel just very unconcerned about the community impacts of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lincoln Swan. I reside in Midtown. I was born and raised in Palmer and moved to Anchorage for the first time 25 years ago, and I moved back about 4 years ago. I think everyone here is in agreement that we have a crisis in Anchorage regarding housing. It is urgent and important, and I think that everyone can acknowledge that zoning reform is a great step in that direction. I'm not going to take a ton of time to talk about the specifics of it. I do really appreciate seeing that there were some waivers in place for lower income, and that's something that I really want to talk about. If everyone here has been paying attention, everyone has seen the middle class shrinking in Anchorage and across the country. We are under more and more pressure every day as wages stagnate, in some cases go down, and rents continue to creep higher and higher. We can look at Campbell Creek, we can look at Third Ave Resource Center if you want to see the result of that pressure on working class and formerly middle class people. I would urge each of you, as you are considering rezoning measures, to think about protecting Alaska's investment in Anchorage by limiting VRBOs and foreign equity investment. I would love to see a provision that says that these are owner-occupied. I would love to see a provision that says you have to qualify for the dividend to own a home in a certain neighborhood. Not necessarily citywide, but just to protect these investments for Alaskans so that we don't see equity firms come in, snap them all up, and suddenly they are reaping the benefits of all of your efforts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeanette Lee. I am from Sand Lake, and I moved to Anchorage in 2005. I've lived in lots of different types of housing here that was appropriate for the stage of life I was in, and I'd like to see more of that and housing that allows more people to be flexible, as I've been able to do in my life. I also am Alaska Research Director at Sightline Institute. We are a public policy think tank. We've done quite a bit of research on this issue, and for anyone in the audience who is curious about data or any of the justifications for these and other types of similar pro-housing ordinances, I encourage you to check out our website, sightline.org. So I want to say a couple things. Number one, I've written a lot about this, but a point I wanted to make is we shouldn't be limiting housing in order to solve other issues, other problems. If you're worried about snow removal, we should plow the roads. If we're worried about public safety, we should pass and enforce laws that address those specific issues. If we're worried about noise, we should enforce noise ordinances. If you want safer transportation options, we should build them. If we want to reduce traffic and on-street parking, we should diversify our transportation mix. We should not limit housing supply in order to solve these other public policy problems. That is a very roundabout way of doing it and probably will not work. Case in point, I was just in Chitose, Japan. It's one of Anchorage's sister cities. It's celebrating, the relationship has been alive and well for 55 years. I was there to take some 6th and 7th graders on the Sand Lake immersion trip. And they all got to do homestays, and they got to live in neighborhoods where The lots were small. There's a variety of housing types next to each other, mixed use. My daughter lived next to this very cute French cafe, which she was thrilled about. It was extremely safe. Most of the kids walked to school. There was never like a pickup line or anything. But the point is that it was safe, there was very little traffic, and there was a lot of there was a huge variety of housing types in a single neighborhood very close to the school. I literally watched a toddler wander into the road because it was so safe and their parents were not concerned. So finally, I know I'm running out of time. I just want to say that we are in a housing shortage, and I do not think it's worth preserving our neighborhoods in amber if it means our own kids or neighbors cannot afford to live here, because really people are the character of Anchorage, not the structures in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Jeff Landfield. I live on Old Seward in Dowling. I moved to Alaska in 2004, and I've said this before, but I bought my home in 2012 in a community called River Park, a homeowner. It's their HOA, and I've been on the board. I've been the board president for 10 years. And while I support this, and I think a lot of people have kind of nailed it, that it's so watered down. And just to give you an example of why things are so bad, in 2012, the total insured value for 116 units where I live was $42 million. So from 2012 to 2022, the total insured value for the 116 units was $42 million. 10 years, it went up to $50 million. So it went up $8 million in 10 years. From 2022 to 2023, the total insured value for our 116 units went up another $8 million. So it's now $58 million. So our insurance premium has gone from $90,000 to $120,000 to almost $30,000. So that's just in the past. It's the building materials. It's all these different factors. So this is going to, maybe do some good things. But if you look at the rents, if you look at the cost of housing, I know many people who have moved back to Anchorage and have gone to the valley because they can't find a place. One guy got very lucky. He was with an oil company. He couldn't find a place for 2 months to buy. He has money. He finally found an off-market place, somebody that was moving, and he got kind of a lucky, he calls it a deal. It was still very expensive. So these kind of things, they're very fringe. They're very marginal. And I think to deal with this problem, it's going to require really radical approaches to housing. And I would really encourage somebody on the dais here, somebody on the assembly, when somebody's really against these things, you should ask them how long they've been in their house, when they bought their house. You can look up the value of their house. It's very simple, and I think that would give you some insight. And I would say the only, I think, real solution to this problem is nothing you guys are going to do because there's so much opposition. I really think we need to build the Kinnick Bridge because the Mat-Su Valley has proven they can build houses. They're building houses at an alarming rate compared to Anchorage. And there's a lot of land over there at Point McKenzie, and we could build, by all estimates, tens of thousands of houses that would alleviate the housing problem here. People would move. I understand there's a property tax issue people are worried about, but that's really the only solution. So if we can build the Kinnick Bridge, you should all get behind that because that would put a big dent in our housing problem and really, I think, solve the problem. So thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. This is 800 sheets of paper representing the 800 pages of overburdensome government regulation that we call Title 21, and which, according to an assembly member during the time these regulations were discussed, was designed to slow growth and limit the population of Anchorage to preserve its quality of life. I'd say Title 21 has been enormously successful at increasing costs and slowing growth, but a complete failure at preserving our quality of life. If you don't believe me, look at the camps of unhoused people, one only a few blocks from here that experienced a drive-by shooting just this week. Title 21 was enormously successful at ensuring that hundreds, maybe even thousands of people cannot afford a home. Look at the young families and professionals that are fleeing Alaska or moving out to the valley rather than working, innovating, and paying property tax right here in Anchorage. Look at the renters, who groups like the Anchorage Citizens Coalition think should be relegated to busy highway corridors where their kids can't play. These are people and families that have given up on the American dream to own a home. For those saying we need more time, we've had 12 years to experience the negative effects of overzealous regulation of property rights, and we can't move fast enough to undo some of the harm caused by Title 21. When we talk about neighborhood character, we are talking about neighborhoods built largely before Title 21. We aren't maintaining neighborhood character by not building the same type of housing that we already live in. We are killing our city. With today's modest measure, an older, decrepit fourplex could now be replaced with a duplex instead of only a single-family home, reducing our housing stock by 2 units instead of the 3 that it would eliminate today. So you see, this ordinance does not go nearly far enough, but it is a start. Some of you have consistently voted no on pro-housing measures like this one, while saying that you would like to relieve homelessness and make Anchorage a vibrant, welcoming city where everyone can afford a home. I'm asking you now to vote your values, vote for what you say you believe, and not only vote yes on this modest change, but look at it as only one tool in a much-needed expanding toolkit. Vote for the good of the entire Anchorage community of 250,000 people instead of capitulating to the arguments of the same 20 people who know how to negotiate the community council system, and those that have fallen prey to the dishonest propaganda of the Anchorage Citizens Coalition and associated groups, who oppose every single change that could start to relieve our housing crisis. We are at a point where we decide if we are going to move forward as a thriving city or a dying city. What will your choice be?
All right, thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name's Deborah Hanson. I live in the South Addition. Many years ago, the Assembly, in response to a housing crisis caused by the pipeline boom, rezoned Mountain View, which used to be a single-family home, really nice neighborhood with beautiful views. I believe it's the murder capital of Alaska now. So what you do matters. It makes a big difference to people. It's not a random thing. Title 21's in response to some of that happened. National Public Radio recently had an article about a Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies study on housing, what's happened with income and housing prices across the U.S. They've increased quite a bit. Income's not kept pace with housing prices. Anchorage is in a relatively good position in that it's less than the average of the U.S. Seattle's 93%, Anchorage is 56%, Portland's 154%, which is why our son can't afford to buy a house there. So we've got some hope here for what we can do. I would say changing regulations with 1 week notice for it. It's not a duplex. There are 3 separate structures on a single-family home. Isn't public notice, and it is technically public notice. It's not public interaction. I mean, our community council hasn't had a chance to do that. People have dissed that, but that's the way you get some input into what happens here. I don't know how else to do it. This isn't a game. This is people's lives and property, and it's important to people. I've been vilified because I believe we have a right to public notice and to participate. I think that's important. I also think affordable housing is important. I would like my children to be able to afford a house, but I also want it to be a good neighborhood. And we need to have public. You would have saved time in the long run if you'd just gone through a question and answer period and actually answered questions. Anyway, I do hope that you at least delay this and let the new mayor weigh in on this. I don't understand why you're willing to put off a police chief's appointment, but not take something that affects every single person in Anchorage. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Sharon Stockard. I recognize that Anchorage has a severe housing shortage, and I fully support efforts to increase housing and to increase density in Anchorage. But I support a slower, more inclusive process than what we're doing. We've had only 7 days to look at this version with minimal time for public input. It's happening just a few days before the new mayor takes office, and I don't understand why she's not part of this conversation. Everyone should be part of this conversation. So what results from this has broad community support and is collaborative and inclusive. This version redefines duplexes to be 2 detached dwellings. To a common sense person, that's not a duplex. That's 2 single-family homes. 2 detached duplexes plus an ADU means 3 single-family homes on a lot. That puts a lot of pressure on neighborhood traffic, on on-street parking. It's especially on children trying to cross the street between streets clogged with cars. It makes it more difficult for city snowplows, street sweepers, and garbage trucks to do their job. This version also eliminates single-family neighborhoods. But since ADUs can already be built on any lot, single-family zoning is already non-existent. But allowing 3 homes per lot is likely to increase our short-term rentals, which already aggravate the housing market. This could be making things worse. This ordinance is in conflict with the key goals of the comprehensive plan, which calls for targeted infill and redevelopment in areas that make good use of the existing infrastructure and the transit and commercial corridors. This provides access to bus service, to commerce, and to jobs, and with possibly less reliance on cars. We have lots of downtown and midtown lots that are currently zoned for multifamily housing that sit fallow. I don't understand that. I mean, zoning isn't a problem, implementation is a problem. This version grants the Assembly sole authority over zoning. That's neither collaborative nor inclusive, nor does it make use of the city's subject matter experts, which is the Planning and Zoning Commission and our Planning Department. They should not be waived or exempt from this process in this review. I support a more inclusive, slower, more thoughtful process than what's before us tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Erin Baldwin-Day, and I live in the Tudor Community Council area. I actually grew up in a duplex in Geneva Woods, and I absolutely loved it. My dad was a second career teacher in the Anchorage School District after a first career in journalism, and he was a renter in Geneva Woods for nearly 20 years. In fact, he did not buy a home until my family moved back nearly 10 years after my graduation from East High School, and we bought a house in the same neighborhood on the other side, a single-family home with an ADU, so we have a father-in-law apartment, I guess you could say, rather than a mother-in-law. Now, while we live in a single-family home, we currently have 6 people, notably 5 drivers, because I have 2 teenagers, living under our roof. And I want to suggest that parking and snow removal would be no different in and around my house if my home was actually subdivided into 2 units or even 3 units with an ADU. I'm grateful that this version, this S1 version of home, makes duplexes possible everywhere in the Anchorage Bowl. My growing up life was enriched by having other people living in proximity to me. My children's lives are being enriched by being able to live in a multi-generational family situation. But I'd like to suggest that in order to make it possible for my teenagers and their really incredible friends to return to Alaska after they go to college, find housing, and contribute to a vibrant future for our city, we need more substantive change than what is currently included in this version of home. As others have said already this evening, I want to urge you to expand this initiative to make 4plexes possible everywhere in the Anchorage Bowl, so that, for example, the decrepit single-family house that is currently unoccupied across the street from me could be reimagined as 3 or 4 one-bedroom units, and some of the incredible people who have testified here tonight could be my neighbors. The Planning Department memo that was released in March suggests that one of the only ways that housing actually pencils out in Alaska right now is for triplexes and 4plexes. And so I hope that you will consider expanding the reach of the home initiative to make it possible for existing homeowners and builders and developers to be creative and responsive in reimagining the Anchorage of the future, and being responsive to the needs of the community that is already here and that is already using land creatively, whether zoning allows for it or not. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please, welcome back. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Assembly members. My name is Christine Bonnell, for those of you that don't know me. I'm a former planner from the planning department. I retired last year. And upon my retirement, most of you stood up and clapped for me and thanked me for my service of 13 years with the planning department. So I know a little bit about this. And we started this a year ago, and I'm mad because I'm hearing things that are not true. You guys have worked hard, very, very hard, to get stuff done, to provide housing for the little guy. And I applaud you for everything that you've done. I recently went to Dallas, Texas. All 50 states were there in a housing conference, and all the territories in the United States. The lack of housing was the most important issue and is the most important issue facing our country. Everybody said it at that conference. It was inspiring. I cried. I could not believe what I heard. A lot of cities are getting housing done quickly, and there's tools to do that. Fixing zoning is just one of them, and you can do that tonight. Sorry, I've got a little bit of note here. One of my friends pulled up the census numbers, okay, in the 2022 ACS estimate. There are over 16,000 15 to 19-year-olds in our city in that census year. There's over 20,000 that are aged 20 to 24. That's over 35,000 people that are going to be looking for a home in the next 4 to 10 years. Think about that, 35,000 people. What are we going to do? You guys got this. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tanisha Charles. I'd like to
Welcome.
thank you for this opportunity. This is my first time speaking.
Would you pull the mic up?
I'm tall, so let me put it up. This is my first time speaking in the assembly, and I have debated even coming up here. And first I'd like to say I feel like everybody's competing for how long we've lived here, and I've lived here 42 years, born and raised. So many times I've thought about leaving Alaska, but I'm raising my family here. And a lot of my friends, they're gone. They live in Arizona, they live in Colorado, they live in New York, and they're not coming back. And we talk about an out-migration and what we can do. Well, we have to make a change, and we have to stop being stuck in our ways. Most of the people that are behind me, I went to school with their kids, I know their grandkids. I know just about everybody here in Anchorage. My dad originally bought his mobile home in Muldoon and moved it over to 68th in Lake Otis. We lived on Valentine Circle. My father passed away last year, and we just sold his property. His property was originally $18,000 when we bought it, and we could have sold it for $150,000 if most of my family would have taken better care of it. We only sold it for $90,000. I'm up here to tell you that you can't get any more time on this. How much more time do you need to know that people cannot find rent? Duplexes, yeah, that's great, but do you know how much a duplex goes for? I will let you know, I have been stalking the freebies in the newspaper since I was a little girl because I always wanted to have my own place. There was a time when you could find a one-bedroom for $650. There was a time that you could find a two-bedroom for $850. I try to find a two-bedroom apartment for less than $1,200. A duplex is going to go for what, $2,400 to $2,700? I own a residential cleaning business. I know how much rent goes, and I could tell you most of the people cannot afford it. Where are they going to get this? Most of them don't even have the jobs. If I didn't have the opportunity to own my own business and work hard, I would not be able to even afford the place we live in. So I keep hearing everybody say it's their perspective or they don't want to see change. Well, I'm going to tell you what, you can't complain when the streets are being filled with people all over the place. And these are folks, these are our local folks. I remember when there was barely any homeless on the street, and my heart goes out to them. If you've been here long enough, you remember Floyd. Floyd was the only homeless man that you typically saw on the streets. If you don't know who he is, you guys need to go back in your history. So if we're going to talk about being here forever, I'm going to tell you, I've been here forever, and we need to start making some changes. And duplexes are going to go for $2,700 a month, and nobody's going to be able to afford them. So with that being said, it's time to stop striking striking everything out based on people's feelings and know that we have to make changes here. I don't plan on leaving. My son will be graduating in 2 years, and he's like, Mom, what am I supposed to do? And that's why I come to these meetings, and that's why I'm on the PTA, and that's why I volunteer, because I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and it's time for everybody else to start doing it too and stop just saying no to things. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you speaking on behalf of the council or yourself?
Can you remove that, please? Can you remove this? Put it on the floor.
Can you get her a stool?
Yes.
Is it okay if she can?
I'll do it myself if you want. Thank you. I'm Diane Holmes, speaking for myself. No one denies the need for more housing. This isn't the issue. But following the legal and public process is. A year of various 87 versions and associated AOs has been like whack-a-mole. The public can't be expected to keep on top of things or remain engaged. 7 to 14 days may be legal for passing AOs, but it is an injury to citizens to do so. Unless there is a true emergency, which this is not. P&Z in their June 21st resolution to you strongly recommends a more collaborative process for 87, following the best practices of 2 planning groups. Interestingly, the sponsors wrote AR 201 attached to your item 14D, calling for a 10-year targeted review of the comp plan, which planning, P&Z, and others have also asked for. But that requires postponing 87 and 44. If you pass 87 and then 44 with AR 201, doesn't that make the 10-year review moot, given you've already voted? This needs serious discussion before you vote. P&Z's resolution dated last Friday, based on 87S, may not be in your packet, but I emailed it to you with planning supplementary recommendations on AO 44. Due to the magnitude of changes, P&Z recommends a completed public hearing draft be prepared for them and the public to test and review prior to the final voting. But that's not been done. Instead, we have S1. P&Z's resolution has several findings of fact, but I won't waste your time because S1 is before you. But keep in mind that with ADUs allowed everywhere, there is essentially no single-family zoning anymore. Postpone 87 and 44 to do a 10-year comp plan review. We deserve professionally run review. And please keep in mind, see the thoughtful comments from various councils in your packet. By the way, regarding population exodus, we have a new citizen here in town as of last week, a software engineer from outside with one of the biggest corporations in America. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and take testimony from the phone. Ms. Pletnikoff, please.
Hi, this is Karen.
Hello, Ms. Pletnikoff. This is the Anchorage Assembly calling on AO 2023-87S1. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from.
Hi, I'm Karen Pletnikoff. I am a homeowner in West Anchorage and the Vice President of Anchorage Community Council. I'm speaking on my own behalf and have not testified on this issue before. I recommend that no action be taken on AO 2444 until the concerns raised by the PZC planning staff, the new administration, and TCC and other community councils are addressed and answered. These include the need to align this action with our other existing guidance and regulations. There's a need to revise the comprehensive plan based on the use table revisions, and engage the public in a meaningful way before deliberation on that. The planning staff report submitted to PZC laid out substantive comments with this ordinance that haven't been addressed, and I continue to support those recommendations. There's specific deletions of language requiring new development to consider neighborhood scale and character that was removed, and that language should not be approved. The needs to change the housing in Anchorage are clear, and I want to thank all of the eloquent and really dedicated folks who are seeking ways to improve access to housing. But I see these changes as rushed and very unlikely to accomplish the goal because it doesn't seek to ensure residents are the owners of these new builds. It doesn't work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Planning Department to facilitate how we'll manage the permitting for multiple utility additions for multiple buildings. It doesn't address the costs that will be associated with multiple architectural designs, multiple driveways, multiple foundations. And, you know, it's been a little hurtful to have a desire to protect my family's largest investment, you know, treated as a cynical or evil attempt. We're interested in seeing our children.
Ms. Pletnikoff, your time has expired.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Can we go ahead and call Ms. Pease?
Hello.
Good evening, Ms. Pease. This is Anchorage Assembly calling on AO 2023-87S1. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your
I am representing Rabbit Creek Community Council.
5 minutes.
So I have 5 minutes, correct?
Go ahead.
All right. Rabbit Creek Community Council finds that 87S1 is not ready for approval for reasons I'll outline in a moment. Our council is eager to participate in a reevaluation of land use, but S1 is not a clear step toward efficient land use and affordable housing. It poses numerous unintended consequences, and it is off track from our comprehensive plan's policies. I'm going to cover 6 reasons why S1 is not ready for approval. First, inadequate community notice and involvement. It was disseminated approximately 1 week ago, which is insufficient time for review and discussion, and we've not been able to gain credible answers to our many questions. Throughout the past year, the Assembly sponsors have avoided the traditional, inclusive public process and professional planning guidance. The public has weathered a bombardment of zoning and land use proposals without adequate notification. This puts at risk the public's trust in the Assembly to responsibly govern and represent the public interest. Second, the chaotic process in S1 itself decreased predictability about the future density and function of neighborhoods. Predictability is an important factor in real estate investment. Investors and people who own a home or are thinking about buying a home want certainty, and uncertainty is counterproductive to growing our city. Third, noncompliance with the comprehensive plan. S1 doesn't create efficient land use because it doesn't match new growth to infrastructure capacity. To the contrary, S1 could require costly extension of infrastructure into remote R10 areas, as well as some R1 areas like Turnagain that lack sidewalks and other urban amenities. S1 does not minimize future vehicle traffic. It spreads new density across R1 and remote R10 areas that may be far from transit corridors, so it's likely to induce greater traffic and parking pressures. S1 does not preserve and strengthen distinctive neighborhood characteristics or homeownership, both of which are important to community cohesion and to building social capital. S1 appears to disregard area-specific plans, which have been adopted with detailed local involvement. S1 appears to work against redevelopment of blighted areas and infill of central locations where walkable urban densities are achievable in the near term. So to summarize our third point, this ordinance has numerous incompatibilities with our comp plan. Fourth, the definition of two-family dwellings. No justification has been provided for the change in definition of duplexes. Property owners can already build a detached ADU on any lot. The allowance for 3 detached structures poses a major change in neighborhood character, as well as physical impacts such as drainage, parking insufficiency, emergency egress, and high levels of long commute traffic in the case of the R10. Fifth, concerns about unpredictable consequences. S1 has implications for homeownership versus rentals. The high price tag of a property with 3 structures seems to work against affordability. This ordinance will necessitate a series of fix-it amendments to our land use code and comp plans. That is unplanned zoning, and it can be as disruptive as unplanned pregnancy. Alaska Statute 29 and common sense require that land use planning precede and guide zoning. 6, lack of transparency about the history and the cause and effect. Planning and zoning in Anchorage have historically been progressive and inclusive, as outlined by former Assemblyman Charles Walforth in a recent ADN op-ed. If current zoning is failing to meet citywide goals, then he wrote, a decision as fundamental as doing away with single-family zoning should be part of a plan that involves everyone. Honor the public process, which is the legacy of long, hard fights by progressive leaders of the past. So finally, our community council, in lieu of S1, supports the planning staff's recommendations for a targeted review of residential zoning on the level of a 10-year comp plan review. It should be facilitated by the planning department to ensure an open, transparent, and inclusive public process. Anchorage can increase density in an efficient pattern that minimizes infrastructure costs and strengthens neighborhoods, but we should all be part of that vision and planning, and it should be based on cause and effect analysis, not anecdotes. Thank you.
There is a question for you from Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you for testifying, Ms. Pease. You mentioned R10, which is one of the hillside zones. Can you remind me, what are the zones in hillside?
We have R6, which is 1 acre, R7, which is half acre, R8, which is, I believe, 2 or 4, R9, which is either 2 or 4, I get those mixed up. R10, which can be variably sized, but it depends on the slope primarily and other physical constraints. It's the remote, really challenging subalpine areas. And we have R1. We have R1 in Upper Potter Valley.
Thank you.
We have R3, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief follow-up.
Okay.
How, of those zones that you mentioned R6 through R10 essentially, how many of those currently allow duplexes by right?
They all, R6 through R9, allow duplexes by right. It has to be a detached structure currently, and it depends on the lot size. So if you have a minimum size lot, you can't put a duplex on it. You have to have additional square footage.
Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. We'll proceed to the final caller.
This is Anna.
Hello, Ms. Boson. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking testimony on AO 2023-87S1, the Home Initiative. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name, what part of town you're from.
Hi, this is Anna Boson. I live in South Edition, and I am very much in support of the Home Initiative. And in fact, I think it's a little bit too much of a compromise at this point. I think we should have fourplexes, actually by right. But, that's part of the compromise aspect of it for listening to all of the community, not just those that are opposed to any change. So, as a resident in South Edition, I own my house, and yet I want more families in our neighborhood. I want more options for those who want to live in our neighborhood. I think it's the right thing to do to be responsive to the homeless crisis we have and the affordability crisis, as well as the environmental crisis that is plaguing our country. And anyways, so I'll just be succinct in that, and I'm very grateful that the Assembly has taken this on. It's not easy. I've been following it in the news. I know it's been a hard lift, but please stay the course for future generations. The idea that the existing scenario is perfect and shouldn't be touched is a fallacy, and we should certainly be open to change, because the suburban experiment is not working, and single-family zoning is wrong for Anchorage and the rest of our country. So I commend you for staying with this, and if at all possible, please make it fourplexes by right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boson. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? All right. Please, if you want to testify, come down and line up. Welcome. The green button. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. Oh, it's on.
Okay, I'm
You'll
Claire
have 3
from
minutes.
South Anchorage, and I want to thank you for letting me testify about the AO 2387S1. When I arrived in Anchorage in 1980, there was a housing crisis, and all I could find to live in was an Airstream trailer under the airport flyby. I moved out of there, and I went to Girdwood, and I was able to find a place there with 1 light bulb and no plumbing. I moved from there back to Anchorage to avoid the commute because I was a young professional, and I had to change my clothes. I had to bring it in a paper bag and change my clothes in the office bathroom. So I moved back to Anchorage, and I was able to find a place where there was no plumbing and no electricity. I hauled water in the winter up the hill and the sliding. The road was not finished, but I was at least able to live in Anchorage. There has always, and I've been misquoted by omission, so I want to clarify this. There has always been a housing crisis in Anchorage. And I say, so what? Because if you hadn't left off the next sentence, it is, there's always been a housing crisis. So what? We should not throw away everything in order to provide more housing. That's what the so what is about. And if people had quoted me fully, you would have known that. So, AO 2023-87S1 is not the right way to ensure more affordable housing. It is not a modest change. It is not inclusive. In fact, it's exclusive. It excludes old people. It excludes families. What it does, if you really want to do this, it is the right way to make rich people richer, because then they can put more property, more dwellings on their land, especially big landowners. It is also the right way to increase duplex and multiplexes for young singles, but families don't want to live in duplexes, not many at least. The young single person can live, and it's the right way to do away with single-family housing. It's the right way to deter families from living in Anchorage and encourage them to leave and go to the valley and elsewhere. It's, in other words, not the right way to go about getting more housing in Anchorage so that we are not exclusive of everybody but the young single who's desperate to find a cheap place to rent. We really want a breadth of people to live in this city, not just young professionals. And thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, come on down. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Stephen Callahan, President of the University Area Community Council. We're opposed to this.
Do you need 5 minutes or?
I need like 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
We were opposed to this when it first came out. I believe we're still opposed to it. We have very little R1. Our number one zoning district in our area is actually PLI. Of course, being the UMed area, we have the university and Providence Hospital, so it makes sense we have a lot of PLI. The other zoning district that we have a lot of is the R2, so we already have a lot of multifamily. We'd like to preserve the R1 that we have, the single-family housing, add single-family housing. I think that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
No, Mr.
Oh, wait,
Chair.
I'm sorry, that's right, you asked for a break.
Yes, and I believe Mr. Myers has a disclosure, however you'd like to handle
Yeah,
that.
do the disclosure first, then we'll take a break so folks can just go to the bathroom and get a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put it on the record and then ask for your ruling if I have a disclosure, because I have an active real estate license, and that is my the way I make a living. And so while I don't have any projects that this is directly benefiting or impacting today, because District 2 is excluded and I'm not working on anything in Anchorage, I could be financially benefiting from this in the future if it does pass. So.
Yeah, no, so that interest is much too generalized. It's not specific. It doesn't have to do with a project that you're working on, and this is a general change, not a specific change. And I too have a real estate license. It's in referral status, not active, but with that in mind, my determination is you do not have a conflict on this item because of the general nature of your interest.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection to that? I'm not hearing any. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take 5 quick before we get to the deliberation so folks can take a breath. Okay, now we have previously concluded there's not a conflict for Mr. Myers, and now there is no motion on the floor. Ms. Alatal. What is the will of the body? Okay, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve the Home Initiative S1 version.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Alatal, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Ms. Alatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unlike my normal style of debate, I actually have prepared remarks, so if you could please bear with me. I'm going to kind of just get through this journey all in one go. So before diving in, so first let's start with what HOME stands for. I think it's really important. HOME is housing opportunities in the municipality for everyone. So before diving too deep into the why, which I think we already know, which is we're in a housing crisis, I'd like to start tonight's debate with how this all started. So I'm going to rewind us about a year. Last May 2023, and looking to get a serious handle on the housing crisis, the Assembly moved into action. We held a housing retreat where we heard from experts. We heard from economic experts, building experts, development experts. I asked each during that retreat what they would change if they had a magic wand, and nearly unanimously they said zoning. As a person who leans towards action, myself, along with former member Kevin Cross, I introduced a zoning reform. That zoning reform would have radically changed how we approach zoning in Anchorage. The drastic nature of the proposed change was purposeful. I wanted to get a real and robust conversation started. The housing crisis isn't new as of last year or the year before, or even during my time on this body, but something that was needed to catalyze our community into looking at real and implementable solutions. One of the things that came out of that proposal was the idea to consolidate zoning districts using the existing land use designations. I appreciated the refinement on the idea from my initial proposal, and from that, the home initiative was kicked off in earnest. Now, I'm not going to cover all the ins and outs of how we landed at the S1 today, but to say that there was considerable public process. I believe Member Brawley will touch on a lot of that. So, circling back to the why. Why home? Well, I'm betting on Anchorage with the home initiative because it creates real possibilities for the residents of Anchorage to work on the housing crisis themselves. What home does is two things. One, it allows for a minimum of two dwelling units per residential parcel unless otherwise restricted by an HOA. It allows more than one principal structure on a lot. So duplexes can be two structures, two small cottage homes, for example, versus a large single structure. The same dimensional standards apply as they do today, just more options on how to achieve what's possible within the existing rules. All right, we've covered the why and the what. Let's talk about the how. How do we solve the housing crisis? More housing. This ordinance lets us do that using two approaches. First is adaptive reuse. Each homeowner can consider what is right for them. Does it make sense or not? Is a second unit conversion more appropriate than an ADU? Does this make someone feel more comfortable using their mother-in-law apartment, which currently might be a non-conforming right versus something they can use by right? Does it pencil for them to stay in their home when the kids have moved away versus moving to something else, assuming they can even find something else? Even with kids, does the extra income help relieve their housing burden? And it's not just mortgages, but also utility payments, which are 30% higher in Alaska than the rest of the country. Even creating the possibility for adaptive reuse still has a lot of process. The majority of conversions would require a building permit. Building permits and inspections to ensure that the conversions are safe and allowed. The same is true for on-site services, well and septic. The size of those services would still be controlled by the size of the septic already on site, which are rated per bedroom, or would require upgrades. Beyond these safeguards, the conversion must fit within the existing dimensional standards, setbacks, and lot coverage restrictions. None of that changes with home. So the second approach that we can use home to create new housing is for new builds. Does building 2 units at once instead of a single-family home now pencil because there's built-in income? Can the homeowner now consider more energy-efficient upgrades because of the possibility of a second unit, thereby reducing the utility burden for both units? Can it help someone achieve the dream of home ownership? There are approximately 71,000 residential parcels in Anchorage. Even if 500 building permits were pulled, nearly double last year's total permits issued, that would only be 1% of the lots. So yes, home is built on possibility, but it's not radical or drastic change. As I wrap up these initial remarks, I'd like to remind members that they passed a housing action plan in December of 2023. They agreed upon a vision for that plan that is, the municipality of Anchorage has affordable, abundant, and diverse housing opportunities so everyone who wants to live here can find a home that fits their needs and preferences. Tonight, we heard a lot of testimony about the haves and have-nots. Instead of focusing on that, can we ask instead, how can the menu of options for creating new units of housing be as varied as possible so that the inclusive vision adopted by the Assembly is realized? In the end, with this ordinance, each member here on the dais can do something or nothing. Doing nothing changes nothing. A wise former member once told me that, and he happened to be from Eagle River, Chugiak. Passing home opens possibility and says to our community, we hear you, we see you, we're trying with everything we've got to relieve this housing crisis. I urge your support for home.
Ms. Brawley.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone who engaged in this process, who took the time to learn more about home, to attend meetings, to send emails, and also those who came to testify tonight. I'd like to put 4 things on the record, and then I look forward to continued debate. First, about process. I'll briefly summarize, but I also want to direct attention of the members and the public to 2 information memos that I'm holding up. One talks about the timeline and the process of public engagement we went through. The other summarizes the longer version of what we heard, and the short version is what we published as our op-ed, which I believe ran in the ADN last Sunday. So I would refer to those, but here's the short version. Back in January, we developed a public engagement plan for the next 5 months, anticipating that this ordinance would go to the Planning and Zoning Commission and then come back to the Assembly in June. So in that time, we aimed to do as much community engagement as possible. We recorded a detailed webinar about home, basically walking through each proposed change and the sections in the ordinance. We reached out to dozens of organizations, including but not limited to all community councils and the Federation of Community Councils, and the groups that we sent letters to is listed in the AIM. We participated in 24 meetings where we were invited to present. That was a range of short presentations on a busy council agenda, all the way to long discussions that went well over an hour. We also had easily hundreds of conversations among the 3 sponsors and our own constituents, others in the city, and we are proud to say that we generated a citywide conversation over the last year, not just about home, but about our housing issues and about zoning. Throughout this, we discussed the full original version of home, which has not been moved tonight, but did include and still does include the proposal to allow duplexes by right in R1, R1A, R5, and R10. The original version of home also included the concept of detached duplexes, which we shared in our presentation with folks. So what we are presenting is not new information. It is really the only things left from the original version of home, or I should say the S version of home, and the draft that we sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Second, also speaking to process, I want to briefly highlight a couple pieces in the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings. The recommendations that they gave primarily pertain to the prior version of home, but you should read those as well. 2 findings that are relevant. One is number 3, a combination of real estate market conditions and other factors in Anchorage have resulted in less available housing inventory and increased prices. The municipality should take actions to mitigate these factors and facilitate development of more housing. Nationally, zoning regulations that limit what housing is allowed to be built on a lot have been found to be a contributing factor to these problems. Zoning reforms that increase the range of available housing options may help to stabilize these price increases and expand opportunities for infill, reuse, and redevelopment. Number 4, the Home Initiative draft text amendment would allow for more housing opportunities in existing single-family zoned areas, which comprise 46% of the urban residential land in the bowl. Third, I'm going to invoke the 2040 land use plan. The sponsors believe that it is not only that this Title 21 text amendment is compatible with the plan, it is actually a necessary implementation step in order to get closer to actually achieving the goals that we have already set out in our 2020 comprehensive plan and our 2040 land use plan, particularly regarding small-scale infill development, which is mentioned many times. Fourth, and finally, the sponsors have also reviewed AMC 2103-210C regarding the approval criteria for Title 21 text amendments, which the Home Initiative is, including this version. There are 3 criteria in the code. 1, that it will promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. We believe it will do so because it will allow more housing to be built in more parts of the city. 2, it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the stated purposes of this title. I asserted that above, and then I will also note the Title 21 purpose sections briefly in a moment. The third one is that it is necessary or desirable because of changing conditions, new planning concepts, or other social and economic conditions, and I believe we've spoken to that amply tonight. And so I will briefly state the Title 21 purpose statements again in 2101-030. There are several, but here are some relevant ones. A, encouraging the efficient use of existing infrastructure and the available land supply in the municipality, including redevelopment. B, encouraging a diverse supply of quality housing located in safe and livable neighborhoods. D, promoting well-planned development that reflects the municipality's unique northern setting, natural resources, and majestic settings. And finally, I, promoting development in city centers and infill areas so as to create efficient travel patterns. Thank you.
Next, I have in the queue, Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to highlight that in that public process document, you'll see that not only do we engage with community councils, we also engaged with civic groups like the Chamber and some of their groups, the Alaska Block Caucus, the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, the Geotechnical Advisory Commission, the Alaska Native Sisterhood. So we really made an effort to get this in front of as many groups as we could, including some of those that are often not at the table for these conversations. And I will say my takeaways are that there was a difference between how the proposal was received by the community councils versus the other groups. Some of the other groups we met with were very positive about this. One of the critiques that we've heard is that we're not listening to professional planners. It just so happens that one of our sponsors is a planner. I'll point that out. But I want to read from the American Planning Association, 2 documents that they have. These are public documents. The first is their Housing Policy Guide. This was approved by the APA Delegate Assembly and ratified by the Board of Directors in 2019. From position 1B, updates to bylaws and ordinances should address mixed use and multifamily development, including affordability. Updates should also include rezoning for higher densities where there may be existing lower densities. Local jurisdictions should consider reducing or eliminating minimum lot size requirements, reducing minimum dwelling unit requirements, allowing greater height and density, and reducing or eliminating off-street minimum parking requirements. And they should specifically identify or eliminate or minimize regulatory obstacles to the establishment of accessory dwelling units, whether attached to or detached from the principal dwelling unit. From position 1G, the American Planning Association and its chapters and divisions should eliminate barriers to affordable and multifamily housing development. Local jurisdictions should allow multifamily mixed-income housing as a by-right use and reduce permitting barriers that create development uncertainty, increase the cost of land and development, and stimulate opposition. The second document I want to read from is from the Equity in Zoning Policy Guide, also approved by the Delegate Assembly and then ratified by the Board of Directors. This was in 2022. This was published. Zoning District Policy 1. Establish new residential zoning districts or amend existing residential districts to allow more types of housing by right. Avoid districts limited to only single household detached dwellings that will limit housing opportunities for historically disadvantaged and vulnerable populations. Evidence shows that single household only residential zoning has a disproportionate impact on the ability of historically disadvantaged and vulnerable groups to access attainable housing and quality schools and services. Revised zoning, allowing a broader range of building forms, lot sizes, lot widths, and residential types in low-density residential neighborhoods. And finally, from their Form and Design Policy 1, same document, establish lot and building standards that accommodate less expensive missing middle housing, a range of multiple unit housing types similar in scale and formed to detached single-family homes, such as townhouses, tri- and fourplexes, cottage housing developments, and accessory dwelling units, plus manufactured and modular housing. So I read all that, and I know it was lengthy, but to say we are listening to the national conversation and national expertise around reforming zoning. This work is very important. Is it a silver bullet? No. But it can be part of the work that we are doing to unpack this housing crisis. And finally, I'll just say, I'm the case study, you guys. I live in a duplex. I bought my house for the first time 3 years ago. I have long-term tenants who are awesome, and I reject the notion that duplexes are bad for neighborhoods. I totally reject that. And I just want to put that on the record, and I actually find it offensive that some people have said that, because, you know, for me, I was just talking to my neighbor Brian, and he passed me a fresh fish fillet that he caught in Kasilof across the fence the other day. My dog Juniper gets to run around in my yard and play with the poodles next door with Mike and Vic, their dogs. My tenants are gardening in our yard. They planted vegetables. They were so excited to do that. In fact, I bought them their own raised bed so they could do that. I take a lot of pride in owner occupying my duplex in South Addition and being able to welcome young professionals to share that property with me and have access to the grocery store and have access to the coastal trail. Duplexes, in my opinion, have a positive impact on neighborhoods in Anchorage. Thank you.
Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first off start by saying I recognize how hard my colleagues have worked on this. Oh my gosh, the community council meetings that they went to, that they presented, it is astounding the efforts that they have gone to for this, and I applaud them. As they said, everybody's talking about housing now, and they made that happen. I do have some concerns. To start with, we did allow, and the ADUs to be built on properties, and there is, I learned this new word, a dearth of them being built. And why is that? And will this really change things if we allowed ADUs and they're not happening? Why does Ms. Bonnell's friend have 160 acres that she's willing to develop that hasn't happened? So I don't know that this is going to be the silver bullet, really, but we have to try something. I really would have preferred the idea that there are targeted neighborhoods that our Scenic Foothills Community Council says, yay-yo, I want this. Start out there. Do the Spokane 6. Do different types of density housing with communities that are more receptive, and other neighborhoods will follow. I really am concerned about infrastructure, and we do not have the money as a city right now to keep spreading the bus lines further up the hill and this way, that way. We need to tighten our city. Ms. Brawley has talked often about our sprawl. If we allow more density further out, we're going to need more infrastructure, and do we have the money for that? I talked with Ms. Acton earlier, actually emailed with her, and I was really surprised. She said I was the first assembly person who had reached out to public transportation to talk to them about what they thought the home initiative would do with the bus lines and how that might change the service they provide. And so that's a really important conversation too. If we want to increase density, there's going to be more cars. More cars are problematic without the parking minimums, and we want to encourage people to take buses, but we don't have the money to keep spreading buses out to the top of Potter Valley. The next thing that I really dug hard into was fire safety. I have a community, Basher community, in my community council area that is terrified of a wildfire. There's one egress out of that neighborhood. Another neighborhood right near me, Regal Mountain or Chugach Mountain Estates, one egress in and out of there. And it is right below Basher, so if a wildfire starts, ICER has done some modeling that it is going to sweep down the hill and to that neighborhood. And so looking at this whole thing, I talked with Jen Schmidt at ICER about what she thought of the home, and she said she's published some work from the McKinley fire, and she's made egress maps and overlays of wildfire exposure risk areas, and a lot of them are on the steep slopes in South Anchorage. It seems like without putting any brakes on this, we could take out the neighborhoods that are most vulnerable to wildfire, that we don't want to increase the density. Jen Schmidt's research shows the more buildings on a lot, the more possibility of the buildings catching fire in. So the more density, it actually is fuel. And so if we have not addressed And I know the hillside neighborhoods have been begging for egress routes and ways to get off the hill. If we have not addressed that, I don't see adding density to those areas until we figure it out. Is that never? It's just going to be a not now. So I also was really concerned about cul-de-sacs. So I hear more about cul-de-sacs than almost any other living situation. There's not a lot of parking, and when you increase on one of my neighbors has a nursing home, assisted living home on it, and there's a lot of emergency vehicles coming in and out, lots of people working at the facility. There's no parking, and you can't park in the middle of the cul-de-sac legally. In the winter, there's a giant snow pile. So I started out with an amendment that I wanted to just, if we could take cul-de-sacs out of here, if we could take those single egress places out of the mix, I could get here. But I found out that I really can't make that kind of a not in a cul-de-sac, not in a single egress. There's no way to do that. So it ended up being where we would have to do a separate, where you'd have to go before the planning division to get permission if you lived on a cul-de-sac to do that kind of thing. I don't want to slow this down. I don't want to move my amendment forward, but I really, really would like to consider taking R10 out of the mix until we figure out what to do about egress in some of those areas on the steep slope. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So no surprise probably to a lot of folks. I came into this conversation leaning towards a yes vote, in large part because this ordinance directly deals with several of the goals of the Assembly-approved Housing Action Plan. So just reading a couple of them: increase the supply of housing units for sale and for rent, and diversify the housing market, housing types, sizes, price points, locations, accessibility, and ownership models. And a lot of the testimony that we've heard over the last several weeks speak to those points. Also, and I don't know how others feel about this, but I feel a huge sense of urgency and a need for us to act. I've done my part over the last few years to try and chip away at the iceberg, and now we have this item before us that 3 members have sunk an extraordinary amount of time into that's, I think, going to keep chipping away at this issue. I've never thought of this ordinance being a silver bullet, or however people are trying to characterize it as. Even the original version, I never really thought of that one as a silver bullet. But really one of a whole lot of different things that we need to be thinking about and moving forward. So I just really want to appreciate those 3 members for doing the work. It's tough. Acknowledging what I think we all heard during a public testimony and in our emails and texts and phone calls and messages, I get some of the fears about the unknown, fear about the impacts on your housing value, fear about the implications to your neighborhood, which some folks have lived in stably for decades. Essentially the fear of change. What is this going to do? Well, I'm here to tell you that we need a change. Heck, we need many changes, and we need it now. Again, that goes back to that sort of sense of urgency that I really feel. And I know many of my colleagues feel. I don't like to simplify or generalize the different factions of any issue, but I'm going to do it anyway. This really, to me, seems like, at least it's portrayed a lot as a generational issue. The generation that got it good, and the generation that wants to get it good, but sees that dream slipping away. I really hope that we can get away from that divide, because this conversation isn't ending with the vote on this ordinance, no matter how it goes, sort of up or down. We have so much more work to do, and we cannot afford that divide to be something that we go back to over and over and over again. Just a few more pieces, almost done. So there were 3 pieces of public comment that through all of this, like I said, I was already in the leaning yes, but got me even further into the yes column than I originally was. First, and you all have heard it multiple times, but I think it's worth repeating, and we actually have the testifier here today, we have a housing shortage. So what? And as we were reminded, we've always had a housing shortage. Okay, fine. Thousands of Anchorage residents are on the brink of homelessness every year. Not to mention the thousands of Anchorage residents who already don't have a roof over their heads. They are, to me, the so what. And that group is no longer satisfied with the status quo. We can't keep relying on the status quo to somehow get us out of this situation. A second, there was a part of the column by former Assemblymember Woolforth that really didn't rub well with me. And I'll just read the quote. Progressive ideas led the discussion, comma, there was more to that. I think someone sort of quoted the beginning of that, but not the end of that. Including debate how to slow growth and limit the population of the city to preserve its quality of life. Now, I wasn't around in the 70s, wasn't even thought about in the 70s, but nothing about that discussion sounds progressive to me. Progress looks like trying to be inclusive to newcomers and welcoming growth, even if it's incremental, like I believe this proposal is. And finally, there was public testimony today, and this happens too often, about renters coming and going, somehow being a negative. Y'all, I'm a renter. Are you really saying that you don't want people like me as your neighbor? Really? Is that what you're saying? Because I hear it all the time. We have to get away from this negative view of somehow renters being undesirables. Now, I know some of my colleagues are probably feeling nervous about this vote. I'm going to encourage everyone to take the leap and vote yes. Please give the generation that wants it good a little bit of hope. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thanks. Like my colleagues, I want to thank the many emails and conversations and public testimony from here in the dais, but also out in the community. This is certainly the comment about the public process. I, like some of my colleagues, have been involved in this conversation for a while now, and so I don't feel like that there's been a lack of public process. Actually, I think this is probably one of the issues that I've seen more public process than many others. I also am reacting to this idea of this being a radical change. I don't think this is a radical change. I think this is a very early beginning to beginning to chip away, as Mr. As Felix said. But I wanted to just share a few thoughts. The concerns that I've heard, the character of the neighborhood, the lack of public process, parking, snow removal, fire risks, and more Airbnbs, companies buying land and renting them, all of these don't seem realistic to me. They don't seem like realistic problems that we need to be talking about. All of them feel like they're these comments to scare us, when really what we're doing is we're just creating more opportunities for housing. I think that there's significant public process. I think this is clearly best practice. Many of us, I think, have spent a lot of time researching other communities that have gone down this path. This is clearly an area that many of the experts are recommending, and I think this is just the beginning of what we need to be doing. I, like others, grew up in a multi-housing place. That's where I was a kid. We never lived in a home. We always lived in apartments. That was my entire childhood. My first home was a duplex. Every home that I've owned has been a multi-family home in some way. Even the one I have now has an ADU. And most of my neighbors are living in duplexes or multi-family homes. So I don't really understand the idea of a neighborhood being something that is preserved by only having people that are single family homes. I don't know what that's like. So I really don't agree with that as well. So I would, like some of my colleagues have said before, I would really encourage us to vote yes on this. I think this is a small step towards addressing a very large problem. I don't think it's radical. I think it's not going to change the neighborhoods that we have. I think it's just going to create more opportunities for people to build multifamily environments and for people who are looking for homes to find them. So I encourage my colleagues to vote yes, and let's continue to find more ways to develop more affordable housing. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say I appreciate the sponsors taking the time to work on this. I know it's been a daunting task for many years that you guys have, it's been quite an undertaking that there's been many people working on this. And second, thank you for excluding District 2 because it's really limited the number of calls and texts and emails I've had to take. Most of the calls I've gotten have been from Anchorage residents. I guess my concern here, and I don't know who wants to answer this, or maybe it goes unanswered, I'm not sure, is the unintended consequences of the change. Well, I agree, there needs to be change to Title 21, and I think the chair can tell you the first time I met him, I told him I'd like to repeal the entire thing. However, my concern with this ordinance is if I'm an investor, I'm looking at this and I'm going, this is perfect for me. I can go purchase a single family, turn the third car garage into a mother-in-law, turn the basement into a separate dwelling, and have 3 units in one house and really triple my rate of return on this property. I manage a ton of rental properties and I have a lot of investors who really like this idea because of that and changing the rate of return on that. So my concern would be conversely for the people in those single family neighborhoods that are now going to have potentially multiple units in one single family home. And so I guess that's the biggest concern for me and hesitation, and I'll leave it at that.
So was there a question for one of the sponsors? Probably not. Okay. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Again, I'll say the same. Really appreciate the sponsors and all the hard work that goes into this. From my viewpoint, this AO allows duplexes and triplexes across the municipality. And we need to remind ourselves that duplexes are essentially allowed throughout the municipality already as an attached or detached ADU. Also, many of the residential zoning districts already allow multifamily homes. If my memory serves me correctly, and it's probably wrong, but the restrictions for single family really are only in R1, and some of the R6 and higher have those restrictions. So again, it's pretty much already allowed throughout the municipality. The AO may lead to a decrease in rents by creating more properties available to rent, like Mr. Myers said. If you get that kind of development, rental prices should go down. I'm not sure it'll lead to a dramatic increase in home ownership, as it'll also increase the value or cost of these homes as they're converted to duplexes or triplexes. Because I don't see a spur of new housing. It may help some who already own homes, that they can continue to afford those homes by allowing them to convert them to duplexes or triplexes and get that rental income. But again, duplexes are already allowed through the ADO ordinance. I did have a few probably rhetorical questions. How do you prevent ADUs from becoming STRs as they did in Girdwood? What do you do about parking? I've had several complaints of houses that are multi-generational houses that have parking issues, and we've removed parking minimums. How do you handle well and septic issues that already limit the density allowed on some parcels? I do agree with Mr. Landfield regarding the Nick Arm Bridge. It's a long-term project. I said it before, it'll take decades to build. While it may not be evident that we have a problem today, although we say we are, in 10 to 20 years, this problem will be critical. I also believe in how we can work to address the cost to develop vacant and undeveloped parcels that have not been developed due to the single reason that the cost to bring utilities to the property are prohibitive. We've heard this from AWU and others that is the single greatest challenge in their minds to development and infill. The other thing is Anchorage has been facing a net decline in population since roughly 2013. While the rate of citizens moving out has remained the same, the rate of citizens moving back to Anchorage has declined, leading to the problem. Perhaps housing has something to do with this. I don't know that answer. However, a net decline in population would logically lead one to believe that we should be coming into a housing surplus, yet we are not. So what's happening? Are houses being purchased and converted to STRs? Are they second homes? Is it an expanding rental market? I don't have those answers, so I guess more rhetorical questions. I don't believe that this ordinance will lead to a significant change in neighborhoods or characters or the housing market. It's a long-term play. It'll be very slow, creeping change. Again, this is already partially allowed with ADUs, and we're not seeing a significant change with that right now. People aren't throwing ADUs up left and right. It's a very slow change. No one's going to tear down their home to build a duplex. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to vote tonight. The testimony by those that testified earlier really clouded my judgment. So I guess good job. You're still swaying my opinion. I do understand the need for urgency. My strongest objection to this is the need to make a more surgical approach to zoning and Title 21 versus sweeping changes. Not that I don't believe in the goal. However, I want to avoid unforeseen outcomes that will affect us in 10, 20 years from now, and that'll be irreversible at that time. Again, I feel this AO will not lead to a housing boom, and its passage will ultimately lead to a slow pace of change over time that may help this problem and may create others. I would certainly feel a lot better if this AO was confined initially to areas served by existing municipal maintained roads, city services, utilities, primarily water and sewer, without leading to further sprawl and expansion of utilities, roads, and other services that'll eventually drain the city coffers in maintenance costs, as we all learned at the housing summit at UAA last summer. And yes, these areas do exist in District 6, and I believe District 6 would gladly welcome them. But again, I favor a more surgical approach versus sweeping change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I have lots written down, and I'm not going to use any of it. I'm going to try to, as best as I can, ask a few questions, Chair, and then have this discussion with us. First, Chair, Member Volan mentioned something about ownership before, and it raised a point of information for me. As a homeowner in Anchorage who may directly benefit from the outcome of this, is that a conflict of interest that I have?
That is a generally experienced condition across the municipality. There's no direct personal remuneration or benefit that doesn't accrue to anyone else who is in a home ownership situation, or some would argue even renters who might become homeowners because of it.
Thank you. And then a question for Member Myers, just a point of clarification. You mentioned home investors. Were you talking about in-state or out-of-state where your concern was?
My concern would be it's not going to help the people here who are testifying tonight to be able to purchase more affordable housing. This is going to be an opportunity for investors who want to come into this market because we have such high rents, primarily due to the base, quite frankly. I mean, a lot of investors in Eagle River purchase there because they can rent a military or medical.
Thank you. And just an additional question for members of my colleague. When did the housing crisis begin in Anchorage? It's been articulated that it's been going on for some time, but let's get a little finite to it.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my historian hat very briefly. The city was founded in 1915. It was a tent city. And I would say that we've gone through booms and busts. We've gone through times where there was literally not enough housing post-World War II. There were people living in Quonset huts. There's still people living in Quonset huts. We've also then built a lot of housing. Most of our housing was built during the oil boom between about the mid-'70s to mid-'80s. I live in a house built in 1983, so it's about as old as I am. And then there was a housing crash where people were walking away from their houses. They were leaving their keys in the buildings, as far as I understand it, during the late 80s mortgage crisis. So there have been times where we've had the opposite of housing scarcity where prices drop. Since then, however, since the 1990s, I think we've seen population growth, and then we've seen a slowing of housing being built, especially in the 2000s and beyond. And then you see the numbers drop off even more after, not entirely because, but essentially after the Title 21 rewrite, which passed in late 2012, 2013. And so since then, we've seen basically a worsening of this in terms of units built. Thanks.
And a follow-up. The part of that crisis, if I'm correct, was captured in the predictions of the amount of units Anchorage needed to build over a certain amount of time period. Is that fair to say? And it was several thousands units that were identified in like the 2040 land use, right? Is that accurate?
Yeah, and I'll just briefly add, there was a 2012 housing assessment that was basically found that multifamily housing is infeasible to build without subsidy, and that we do not have enough land zoned for the types of housing we need, and actually that we have an excess of land for single-family housing. So there's been more recent projections based on changes in population, but that's essentially the same story that we've heard since at least 2012.
All right, I'm going to hold a pin into that so that essentially we have documents from several years ago that have identified a housing challenge that has been persistent for many, many years. And it even had predictions of a certain amount of numbers that we would need to fulfill the housing demand at that time. And needless to say, we all know we never got to anywhere near the scale of the amount of houses that we had predicted we need. But we also did, at the same time, we did some really interesting things with respect to siting where zoning and infill and density and transit corridors would exist as well at the same time. So we had a prediction that we needed housing. We documented these things, but we didn't have those housings, but we have where they could go. I just wanted to hold that there. It was also mentioned, and I was hoping that it would be read all the way, but and I think it was just probably a passive omission. But Member Volan was reading a little bit about the rules, equity, and substantive zoning regulations, and it was the A-based zoning districts. And the idea of the policy number 1 was to establish new residential zoning districts. And you read all the way through it until the however, and I'll read that part, where it said, revise zoning to allow a broader range of buildings, forms, lot sizes, widths, and residential types in low-density residential neighborhoods. However, this is the part that wasn't read yet. However, if the residents of historically disadvantaged and vulnerable neighborhoods want to preserve single household zoning to discourage speculative investment and displacement, those desires should be respected. So that's a competing argument with respect to how to protect actual housing stock from one of the concerns that Member Meyer mentioned, which is the speculative investments from especially outsiders. The question that I have now on top of that is, how many units of affordable or workforce housing have been built in our community, separate from other types of housing? And I don't know that members have the answer, but at least anecdotally, in our time together, since I've been serving on this body, we have the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust, and it was mentioned earlier in the warm moment between Member Zaltel and the mayor, at least 270 units were built or put online, converted. So put online is a fair way to say we're activating housing. But those are intentional. So the Anchorage Affordable Housing and Land Trust, to do affordable or workforce housing, requires strong intentionality. It just doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen with the market saying this is what we want. It happens with intentionality from this body, intentionality from the providers to make sure that we have the housing stock we want. I will fast forward to another conversation along this home initiative, which is a great brand. And so I want to say that wonderful brand, housing for everyone. But when I met with the home builders and I asked the home builders, why the heck haven't we built enough housing in the places where we could build the housing already? Those corridors where the mixed-use B3s, everything is set to go, where we don't have to change much, we can just go. Why can't we build that? And what I walked away with was, we build what we can. We're trying to earn a living, unless, of course, we are directed to, compelled to, driven toward a direction. That's the intentionality that I recognize that we have to have. Tonight we've heard diversity of ideas, and what's really great about our process is that people can come to the same conclusion, but they can get there so many different ways. You'd have whole different reasons why we're standing on the same side or opposed to each other. So I respect all of the diversity of voices. The question I have on top of all of this is, when can we get to delivering on the promises that we've already made? And what I mean by that is, in December of 2014, a decade now, the East Anchorage District Plan was published, which is a comprehensive plan. I'm sure every part of Anchorage has their own comprehensive plans, but it was rolled into the larger Anchorage Comprehensive Plan. And in that district plan, we recognize that we have places like in our UMed area, differences, but we also recognize that places like the Muldoon Corridor District, and I'm going to say that 1,000 times this year, and if that's the first time you heard me say it, then you're probably 500 behind. I've been saying it everywhere. And the reason that I say that is because if part of the challenge is that exclusionary zoning practices had an impact, the question I have is what impact did it have? Well, if the impact has been areas like Muldoon where you have what we've described as more transient house folks because of high degree of renting, you also have food deserts, you also have transit corridors, but you also have all the zoning today with no changes to zoning that can go green light activation. The question is, why not? And I think the answer is, we've heard it today. We haven't had the actual implementation of the designs that the city has flouted, has put out there. So this is what we want on Muldoon, a mixed-use residential corridor, a transit hub. We cited it, we designed, and at some point the equity question was, well, that's just because they don't want it in their backyard. They want it over there in those corridors. Well, if that was true then, today we have those corridors where people are, where working families are, and I want us to fulfill the promise. Because all I hear is, let's open up more. But when we open up more, I already know we will overlook those who have already been overlooked. That's my challenge today. So that when we talk about the Connect Bridge, why does that not make sense? First of all, because commuter rail is probably a better future alternative than this crazy bridge. But more importantly, because you have to contain the economic growth in a community, and you can't just let it flow out. You can't just let it flow out. So what does that mean? Let us go now to the corridors where we have cited the communities, where we already have the working families who are not here today. So when someone said, who's here today? Well, I'm new to home ownership myself. I've been homeless, I've been a renter pretty much my entire life. And so we all don't aspire to the same vision of what my street looks like or what ownership looks like to me. So recognizing that, these are very complex issues. I would love more time. I think this type of approach today is a good thing. But it's not the right approach in the first step. Because if you open up where neighborhoods are more attractive to investors today and the outside speculators, the money will go there. And the communities that have always been overlooked will continue to be overlooked. So when someone mentioned we made a change to Mountain View, and then they talked about that being the murder capital, I put my head down and shrieked. And I did that because I know when speaking to young people in Mountain View, there's hope in their eyes that there should be hope everywhere. And the hope may not be for the same dream that everyone has, but it should be for a community that they can live, they can grow, and they can thrive in. Those are the communities that I want to continue to focus on. And I don't want us to open up new areas where the money who has not come to the communities that have been vulnerable will continue to overlook. That's my biggest concern. So I think this is a great step down the line, but I want us to be committed to making those investments in those corridors where we already have cited, where there are already population centers, and where the people who are not here need the most help. In the Northeast community, people are more likely to have 2 jobs than to own 2 homes. And on top of that, we have 1,000 properties, over 1,000 properties on our foreclosed property list. And a whole lot of percentage of those are owned by outside owners, companies that don't operate or live here. And not to mention, we have a few hundred vacant and abandoned properties on our list. We can tackle the issue of housing immediately with the urgency of now, with what we have on the books. Let us not overlook the vulnerable communities at the expense of continued opportunity for areas that already have more affluence. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, the sponsors have put a whole lot of work into this. I've come in the tail end of this. They've been at it for longer than I've been sitting here, so I commend you for the work that you put into this. I do believe in the home initiative. I do believe there's a housing problem. There's a lack of housing in the Anchorage area. However, I do like the approach of rezoning areas rather than rezoning the entire Anchorage area. I would rather us do as in what Member Salt said, that we have a systematic approach to this, and then we can figure out where people do want it and people that are absolutely opposed to it, then we need to respect their wishes. So I would like to see this, in its infancy, it's really great, and I think it's a good idea. However, I would rather have it had come forward on a systematically approach to the Anchorage area. That's all I have, Chair. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to keep it quick. I know how I felt about the previous versions of 2023-87. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. I respect the work that the sponsors have done. I'll tell you at this point, I still have some questions and I still have concerns, as Mr. Meyer spoke about unintended consequences. I appreciate the effort the planning department made to answer some of my questions, but those lead to more questions, and frankly, sometimes the complexity and the impacts of these things can be hard to comprehend. This is much different than what was before us. It's scaled back, and I respect that. We heard from the Planning and Zoning Commission a series of recommendations and concerns they raised about it. Some of those are still applicable to this, some of them are not. I guess my point being with that is there's a lot to consider even in this more narrow scope. I'll say first, I think just because it's worth mentioning, Title 21, I don't think anyone on this body, any one of the 12 of us, see Title 21 as some sacred thing we should never touch. I mean, I've been here for about a year and we've made quite a few changes, most of which have been pretty well supported, and I've supported. Like, let's reduce open space requirements. Let's simplify the process for building 3 and 4-plexes. Incremental changes that I think have helped make it easier, we hope, to build more housing. Some of the debates, though, have been less universally accepted and have taken a more nuanced view. You know, short-term rentals. Some of us felt like that was going to have an impact on the supply of affordable housing. Other members felt differently, right? So I just would say I would encourage everyone to avoid just try to broadly categorize members as either being all for or all against something here. I think we all share a concern about the need to increase the housing supply. What will this ultimately do? You know, what is the outcome of this AO going to be? I think people have appreciate everyone who took the time to show up. I think some people who've spoken for and against it have you know, I think overstated both the benefits and the harms that are likely to come out of this. You know, will this help, you know, increase the housing supply? Incrementally, it probably will lead to some additional units being built. Will there be impacts and harms to some neighborhoods? Yeah, that's also a likely outcome. It's our job to think carefully about where do we strike the right balance in these things. Member Brong and I, we had crafted a amendment, which I don't think we're going to move because it's problematic, but it was an attempt to address some of these concerns about what happens when you increase density, especially in these neighborhoods that have few access routes in and out, and where there is a high fire risk. You know, if you look at the work ICER did, we have roughly 1,800 homes in Anchorage that are categorized as being either high or extreme risk of fire danger. You talk to anybody who studies these things and they say there will be a major fire event in Anchorage at some point. It's going to happen. Is that to say we'd never build anything in these places? No, I wouldn't go that far. But when we consider the fact that more structures, as the experts say, increase the fire load in an area and the risk, do detached duplexes as opposed to attached duplexes play into that? Is that something I would like to contemplate before placing my stamp on this? Yeah. So for my part, I say I would have enjoyed the opportunity to have a little bit more time to consider this, to maybe look at some tweaks we could have made to address some of these concerns. I think looking at kind of the way things are breaking down here, the writing's probably on the wall, so I won't, you know, belabor this body with a motion. If somebody else made it, I support it to postpone, but I don't think it's happening. I think if we'd had that opportunity, maybe I could have gotten to a place where I would have been ready to say yes to this AO, but just for those reasons, you know, being compelled to act on it tonight, I'm not ready to say yes right now. So I'll leave it at that.
So I'm going to be in the queue, and I'm going to ask that we extend the debate by 15 minutes if there's no objection.
So moved.
Is there any objection? No. Okay, so we'll extend for 15, so that puts us to the top of the hour. So I have lots of thoughts on this, and I'm going to stay unanimated. But I am going to point some things out. Mr. Myers asked the question, what happens if people come in and take a lot and put in a ADU and a second property on a house that's been historically single family, and it's an outside investor, I guess, or an inside investor who wants to increase housing units for profit. So I personally have a house that should be a duplex, and I want to build an ADU on the back. And so I want to be that guy, and I want to provide a space for two people to live on the property that I own with me, that they can rent and live. For profit, I don't think so, but to pay the bills, yes. So that's one scenario. So another scenario is that Austin, Texas made a major change in their zoning policy 4 or 5 years ago, no, just right at the middle of the pandemic, so 3 years ago. They saw this year alone, because of the increase of housing units, a 10% reduction in the cost of rents. Rent prices have gone down systematically because of an investment in additional housing units, because when housing units are built and there are excess of housing units, it puts downward pressure on the price of rentals. And it forces people to want to invest to improve the rentals that they own. So figuring out how to incentivize that is in fact a way to make it more affordable for those who don't yet have the opportunity to buy into this, what did that gentleman call it? The American dream? I was 46 when I bought my first home. I was not a young man. I could not afford it until very recently. So I too have been in the category of someone who rented my whole life. I paid one man almost $200,000 in rent to live in a slum that had mice running in and out of the house and asbestos. And so I am no stranger to that side of the deal. In fact, I live in the district that's contiguous to Muldoon that has all of this, and I too shared your shock and horror at the commentary that I heard tonight. Because these are my neighbors, and these are my friends, and these are people I love who are trying to live. And I will dispute the notion of the murder capital of Alaska, because I think it's actually somewhere else. I'm just kind of dismayed with the idea that we wouldn't take this moderate action, despite the idea that we should find targeted ways to invest and incentivize in certain areas. These are two different conversations. Incentives to develop are one thing, and then creating the map upon which development can be successful is another part of the process. One of those conversations is this year and the next year in return on that effort, and that's the incentivization in certain areas with certain tools. And we have done some of that. Look at the corner of 36th and Spenard. There is that kind of development starting now because of targeted investments. The Assembly made those investments and they are happening. And so to find ways to make those investments in the short term to see projects be successful is one of the jobs we have to do here if we want to be successful at overcoming these challenges. But a second part of this job is we have to look across the horizon beyond what some would say is a transit supportive development corridor, which we should develop there because it's really convenient, which I heard those arguments when the plan was being developed. I was in the room. There was a promise that that was going to do something good. But you know what was most interesting about those debates, as soon as they were done, the folks from this organization, the Citizens Coalition, started arguing, we shouldn't do duplexes in South Edition. We should do them over there. That's where they should go. They shouldn't be here. In fact, it should all be over there. We like things how they are right now. And that sentiment characterizes really two substantial neighborhoods in this town, one being South Edition in my district, the heart of my district, and one being the middle upper hillside, South Anchorage. So I want to read some statistics. I want to thank the person who helped me generate them. Anchorage School District, it's a great benchmark. for how our city is doing, how its health is, how our community is. What is Charles Wohlforth's term? Integrated? So Mountain View Elementary, 88.7% economically disadvantaged students. 88.7%. 12.3% Caucasian, leaving everyone else in that 88.7. O'Malley Elementary, 17.3% economically disadvantaged, 70.7% white population. Large lots, no way in. Large lots, no way in. There's just no way in unless you're of a certain class. Muldoon Elementary, 7.8% white, 86.5% economically disadvantaged. Bear Valley, Anchorage's best school, the school, if you listen and read all the reports, the school you want your kid to go to. Parents who move here from, the wealthy parts of Texas who are in the oil industry, that's where I have to go. 70.7% white, 9.4% economically disadvantaged. There is no way in to those neighborhoods with these large lot configurations and with zoning that absolutely restricts you to a 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 square foot lot with a mandatory two-story, 5,000 or 3,000 square foot building that gets built on it. And so if you look across the horizon, this doesn't point to people who are living now, like Charles suggested, making racist decisions today or 10 years ago or 20 years ago when they were dealing with this plan that created this climate that we're operating in now. But Charles did say, as Mr. Rivera quoted, that the goal was how to slow growth and limit population to preserve the quality of life. You have been successful, very successful. And now comes the stall in our economy, in our places for people to live. That was 30 years ago. Now, Charles comes from a time, he was my predecessor 3 members back. So he served from 1993 to 1999. His service was closer to unification in 1975 than it is to where we are today. So his understanding is based on a time that's different. The simple reality, looking at these school statistics, is that Anchorage hasn't come up with a way to become more fair and equitable. Anchorage hasn't done it. Anchorage has, in fact, eschewed the laws of the past the way it was written into the codes, that we would have these policies that set people apart, that look this or that way, or who live this or that way, or who understand reality this or that way. But instead, it is simply baked into our code in the zoning map. It is baked in. Now, some of these changes, we heard again from this gentleman that this is the end of the American dream because those of us who want to own our own house, but actually what these zoning codes do as written right now, they extend your property rights across your neighbor's property. They are a seizure of your neighbor's property rights to develop. Because your neighbor can't decide they want to put in a duplex on their property in that area. Instead, that decision is left to people in history and your neighbors who don't want to see change, who've passionately advocated to keep things as they are. So, we hear a lot about unanticipated outcomes. The changes of Title 21 in the late 1990s that were worked through in this process to slow growth and limit population wasn't unanticipated, it comes to be. It was actually planned. And we are at a point in time now where we can make a change that will make the improvement in the next 30 years. Right, so Mr. Wohlforth, back to unification, 22 years. The intervening time till now, 28 years. What is it going to look like in this town in 28 years? What is the American dream going to be? I think that the testimony I heard from the young people in this room tonight who say, please help us have a piece of this dream, are the folks who carried the day in this debate. Thank you. Ms. Zalato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to bring us back to the ordinance a little bit. So the proposed change that will allow duplexes only changes 4 zoning districts. So I want to just kind of really underscore and underline that. R1, R1A, R5, and R10. So most zoning districts already allow duplexes. And then ADUs, as we have all decided as a policy matter, do not count toward density. So to throw those out as something or as a reason not to do this is contrary to our own policy statement we've already made. So speaking of policy statements, STRs, short-term rentals, and their lack of regulation is a scapegoat. You cannot say, well, people are going to buy up properties and turn them into short-term rentals if this body is unwilling to act to take measures to stop that. We brought that legislation, Mr. Solt and I did, and it failed. So do not scapegoat STR regulation being needed, please. Otherwise, do something about it. So I'm going to ask you all, what do you plan to do? If not this, what's your plan? Targeted rezones? Something more targeted, like Mr. Solt, Mr. Littlefield have raised in debate, have been in the plan, and nobody's brought them forward. Nothing's catalyzed it. The planning department could have, but they haven't. So that's why we're here. We're here because other things haven't moved. And I think if we were going to see housing speculation, I think we would see it now. The house prices are such, right, where those with cash would grab them, because if there's not enough places to live, then people are going, right, if you can't buy, you're going to rent. So we would already start to see the effects of housing speculation. So I think a lot of it is what ifs, concerns that really aren't founded. I want to remind you, again, there are 71,000 residential, geez, man, my brain just stopped, right? Sometimes that happens when we talk about housing. It's a big problem. There's 71,000 residential pieces of land, right, that even if we doubled the amount of building permits pulled, that would be 500. That'd be less than 1%, right? So change isn't going to occur rapidly. The final thing I want to raise is why this versus like ADUs. So one interesting thing out of the building permit stuff, and it was when we took up the commercial review, third-party review of building permits. Another step we've taken is we see more permits for making adjustments in a home, like a conversion, so that adaptive reuse, than we ever see for new builds. So it feels like that's more accessible than new builds and new developments, or an ADU, which is a new build. It is a brand new process and new build. So I really want you to ask yourselves, what are you going to do to address the housing crisis? And I appreciate this isn't in Eagle River, Chugiak, and it's not in Girdwood. So if the Anchorage Bowl wants to try this, I ask you to support it. It is changing 4 zoning districts. And I think that's really a very minor change when nothing else seems to have catalyzed moving forward. And very, very last thing is it doesn't exclude doing anything else. Doing this doesn't prevent us from doing all the other ideas that are out there. In fact, we should. Please bring them forward. Please, I want to support more change. But the capacity to bring this kind of change is limited. You have all thanked us for the work we've put into this. It has been hours and hours, meaning we cannot work on other things or other priorities. And with that, I need to thank the staff who have worked on this with us. We have had considerable support from Legislative Council and our Legislative Services Office. That is their time. That means we're not working on something else. So, again, I urge you to support this and ask yourself, if you're not going to do this, what are you going to do?
Ms. Braga.
I'd like to move the Braga-Johnson amendment forward.
I'll second it.
So the amendment in your packet...
Hold on. There's a motion to amend made by Ms. Braga and seconded by Mr. Johnson. Ms. Braga.
So I'm not sure if this is proper, but I'd like to amend this amendment. And I'd like to, in the purpose section, just cross out R1, R1A, and keep R10. And then in the third to the last line in that same purpose statement, cross out and cul-de-sacs with no alley access in these districts. And then, so it will still, R10 will require planning department and PZ to consider the location, topography, and appropriately located with respect to water supply and fire protection. And then in the text amendment, the second line, you'd cross out areas primarily R1, R1A, and then we'll just leave R10. On the back, the second whereas, same thing, just take out R1, R1A, and draw a line through or cul-de-sacs with no alley access. And then in the table for R10, it would be conditional, but in R1 and R1A, it would have a P again. And I want to get to yes on this, but I really deeply am concerned that we have not addressed the R10 area's vulnerability, and this would help me get there. And I really am listening to people speaking today, as the chair said, it's impassioned. I see the problem and I want to make a step forward, but not with R10 in here. Thanks.
So because we're doing this on the floor, I'm going to ask that you also add up in the proposed amendment just a line that says the clerk is allowed to make conforming amendments.
Yes.
Because I just don't want to get us locked in and make a mistake. Okay, so did you get that in there? Is there objection to the second?
No, I second the amendment to the amendment, and I'm fine with that, adding conforming changes language.
Thank you. I don't think we need to make an amendment. If you both agree, we'll just add it to the main amendment and call it part of your amendment. Thank you. Okay, so I have a long queue. I don't know if you're all in the amendment. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, to the amendment and the main motion.
So we'll have you get back in the queue then for the main. Go ahead on the amendment.
I had concerns about this this ordinance, so I appreciate, or sorry, not ordinance, the amendment, so I appreciate that it's been scaled back to R10. And I will note that going back to the 1982 zoning code, so again, something older than I am, I was looking at all the hillside zones, and it is true that R10 did not previously allow duplexes. It is true that R5 did previously allow duplexes and multifamily and was downzoned at some point. So I partly just want to put that on the record, that we're talking a lot about increasing zoning. There are times in this city that we have significantly reduced building capacity. But to the point about R10, I wonder what the value of requiring somebody to go through a 3 to 6 month process to pay a fee, sometimes of thousands of dollars. I was just trying to look up the fee schedule for conditional use permits, to go to Planning and Zoning Commission, to go through a public hearing, and to go through all the other steps. I think conditional use permits have value, but I think it's worth noting the additional costs that they put on them. And so I wonder what findings or what problems may be raised by building a duplex on a property that has the similar, slope and all the other pieces that are in R10 and caring for that. What is the material difference between a duplex, a place where two different units are, two different numbers on the house versus a single one? And I'm not compelled to think that that raises to the level of a conditional use permit. It does make me think that perhaps there should be conditional use permits on any development in R10, but I don't believe that that would be palatable to people who want to build single-family homes in R10. So I guess I'll just leave that question. What is the material difference between one building with two units, two buildings, and one building with one unit? Thank you.
On the amendment, Mr. Martinez? No, okay. Mr. Vaughn on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I can support the amendment as amended. And I will say largely because I want us to be able to make some progress and get to yes, and I hear the concern from my colleagues about the natural hazards. And we actually had, when we took the home initiative, the previous version, to the Geotechnical Advisory Commission, we had a really interesting conversation with them because they're in the process of doing a lot of mapping of natural hazards throughout Anchorage and want to create GIS layers, and not only with things like wildfire, but also slope and drainage and seismic. And one of the realities is that those things exist in various zones. We have seismic issues downtown. There's land that is not suitable for
Mr.
building.
Bond, I'm going to interrupt and just ask for a 15-minute extension. Is there any objection to the extension of our debate by 15 minutes? Hearing seen, none, we're extended.
So all that to say, I'm really excited about the work that commission is doing. And one of the questions that it led to is zoning actually the appropriate vehicle to mitigate those things? Or should it be more targeted to where those hazards actually exist? Can we move things into Title 23 or building code, that kind of thing? So all that to say, because that work is in progress, and we can always revisit this in the future, I think it still drives us in the right direction with the amendment as amended, and I appreciate Member Braga doing this, so I will be in support. Thank you.
Ms. Alto.
Thank you. I'm going to move an amendment to the amendment. Under R10, instead of a C, I want to replace it with an S.
Second.
That's on page 2 of the amendment, section 2, exhibit B, the table, right?
Yes.
So instead of a C or P, it would be an S.
May I speak to it, Mr. Chair?
So there's a motion to amend by Ms. Alto. Was that seconded by Mr. Walland?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Alto.
Thank you. So S means administrative site plan review. Administrative site plan review is governed by AMC 21.03.180. And what it requires, I pulled up the application, is that it's consistent with any previously approved subdivision plan, plan development master plan, or any precedent plan or land use approval. But really what gets to Ms. Braga's concern is the site plan addresses any significant adverse impacts that can reasonably be anticipated to result from the use by mitigating and offsetting those impacts to the maximum extent feasible. So if we're concerned about water and egress, a site plan review can do that. It also addresses Ms. Brawley's concern, which is the time and expense of a conditional use permit. That can be a quite daunting process. I will say the site plan review is not a non-daunting process. There's something here about 7 copies. But I think it's a nice middle ground that really gets to this while we continue this work that Mr. Voland has mentioned, especially with the Geotechnical Advisory Commission. So I hope you can support the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson. On the amendment?
On the amendment to the amendment, yeah. I appreciate Member Zaltel's take on that, but I feel like just since we have people from the planning department, if they could add a little bit more context about what the difference is between having this be a C versus an S, and if in fact you think that characterization we just correct. And
Mr. Yell.
Will it, I guess more narrowly, will it achieve the goal that Member Braga and I have kind of raised? Can we achieve that goal without making it unduly burdensome?
Sure. Through the chair, Ryan Yell, the Anchorage Planning Department. The conditional use process, it does take about 90 days at a minimum to navigate. The application fee for a duplex within this area would be $4,720. And it would require a public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The difference between the level of review between a conditional use permit and an administrative site plan review, a conditional use permit is much more restrictive in its approval criteria, and it does require that public hearing. An administrative site plan review is something that is decided upon by the planning director in-house in the planning department, as well as the approval criteria hinge more on compliance with the comprehensive plan and offsite impacts, just as Ms. Zalatel stated.
Does that answer the question?
I guess as a follow-up, so I think you hopefully kind of understand what Member Braga and what our concern is here, right? And that we're trying to address this, and we believe things like fire safety or hazard should be contemplated when we're looking at doing duplexes or detached duplexes in the R10 area. So if this is in fact a site plan review, is that a factor that could be considered by the planning department when they're looking at a application?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Volin on the amendment to the amendment? No? Okay, the matter is before us now. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, the amendment to the amendment is passed. Now we're back on the amendment as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, the amended amendment has been amended. Now we have the main motion before us as amended. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know if the amendments made a difference in the day, but a question was raised before. If not this, then what? What else could we do? Let me turn that on its head and say, how come we haven't done the other things first? And it continues to be the challenge for me, and I will be that one voice that will make sure that, from my vantage point, folks who are not here are represented. And Mr. Chair, you mentioned the Muldoon Elementary statistics with respect to poverty rates, socioeconomic status. We knew that when the school district was looking to close schools, it became really aware to most people in our community that all of our elementary schools are Title I in East Anchorage. And so, this is another question, and I'm just working through it, folks. It has been raised that more housing has been being built in the valley than in Anchorage. The question I have, and maybe someone can address this who is familiar with the type of housing, are they building the mixed-use business district corridor housing that is designed for like the Muldoon Corridor District with a transit hub, or are they doing some other sorts of development that don't look like that type of corridor? Someone who has a little more insight to the type of housing they're building out there in the valley can address that, maybe one of the realtors.
I can speak briefly to it. I can tell you there's some amazing unit lot style subdivisions where you'll have one property that has 8 or 10 housing units built on it, separate and divided. But the issue of the mixed use, it's not common in Alaska at this time because the funders, the lenders don't like to make those investments until we figure out the crosswalk between AHFC and ADA, or some entity that actually makes investments in commercial properties. It's still a problem. It's going to be a problem ongoing.
Right on. And I appreciate that, because what I essentially hear is that the promises to the corridors like Muldoon or to the parts of the district that we represent are not attractive for the dollars when they come into our community. They're very difficult to mobilize, and it takes a great degree of intentionality to get there. And so I'm describing that as today, recognizing that the East Anchorage District Plan is a decade old and has some great things that we haven't lived up to yet. And that's my push continues to be that is always, we'll get back to you energy. We haven't gotten there yet, it's 10 years old, but we'll get back there. It's just, we have this next thing to do, or this next thing to do. And it's not on the merits of a great idea or good ideas or the work that my colleagues have done, but it is on the merits that, to your point, Mr. Constant, we don't seem to be able to get there. And I think we can get there if we had a decade of drum majoring the investment corridors that were cited without having even a year, I mean, fundamentally a year. If we talked about how we're going to drive investments over the last year into the corridors where they can go without doing zoning changes, maybe we'd have some more investments in that corridor. And just one note anecdotally, Chair. I'm introducing and working on an item, and it's been shared with a few colleagues, to bring the downtown housing tax credit to the Muldoon corridor. Right? I want to see us be able to leverage things, and then to answer the question, when we can't leverage them, how come? Why can't we leverage the tax credits we have today that are overlaid with a federal opportunity zone because the appetite for mixed use is not there in the marketplace? Well, the appetite for mixed use is not going to be there in the marketplace until we drive the attention to that. And anyone wants to look at the East Anchorage District Plan, I'll make it available to you all. It's online. But there's one picture, Chair, that I'll just close with this. Video City. Y'all know Video City in Muldoon. It's still there, and they're still selling the towels outside and all that. Well, there's a picture in the East Anchorage District Plan of a beautiful mixed-use facility that has the commercial that's already there, right? So the commercial's there, Chair, and then it has housing upstairs. That's a decade ago. That was a picture in a plan. We still have Video City there. I want us to drive attention there. So if my vote is against today, it's because I don't see how opening up new areas is going to help get the focus that we need. And I think it's my duty to make sure that we're delivering to the people who could not be here, but whose interests are captured in a robust district plan. Thank you, Chair.
So I'd like to ask for one last motion to extend 15 more minutes to
So moved.
10:30. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we're extended. Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I want to address Member Martinez's question. Why haven't we been doing the other stuff? And I think the answer to that is twofold. I think this assembly has. In a couple years, we've taken on some big, bold projects. Parking reform, ADU reform, triplex, fourplex reform. Actually, well before I was elected with the prior administration, the Assembly worked on setting up a stormwater utility, and that was chosen by the current administration not to be implemented. But that could have potentially unlocked some land that is now just pavement, where land speculation is occurring. I believe this Assembly is also exploring those issues, and you yourself have allowed for that dialogue to happen in the Community and Economic Development Committee as we've been exploring the concept of a land value tax, or what can we do about those vacant and abandoned properties. We were looking to a bill that Senator Dunbar sponsored to see, okay, can local jurisdictions have more tools to accomplish those things? So I hope that in the future that we'll be able to move forward. So we are doing that. The other side of that question, I feel, lies at the foot of the planning department, and I'll just be very frank about that. We had a work session where we looked at all the implementation items in the 2040 land use plan. The plan that went through so much process that the community said we wanted. And to your point about pictures in the East Anchorage plan, we've got a lot of pictures of housing types in the 2040 land use plan that Title 21 prevents us from building. And so it's great to have a plan, but then when it comes to actual implementation, to not do it by the targeted dates, to have a 3 to 5 year timeline for an action implementation and not do it, there has to be some accountability to the department for that, I feel. And we had that work session where we said what percentage of the action implementation items have been completed? I think it's about 25%. So we're far off. And so now these members are saying, well, we have to do something a little bit more bolder, something a little bit more broad, which won't make overnight change, I don't think, but can move us in that direction. And I guess my appeal to Member Martinez is, you know this is holistic work, and all these things are pieces of the puzzle. I absolutely want to support East Anchorage, support Muldoon. I think it is a reinvestment focus area that's been identified, and I think that work needs to happen. Now, when it comes to allowing duplexes more places, I think it's a little bit of a difficult or different conversation, because there we're talking about what could an individual or a family do on their own property. What are their property rights? Because not everybody has the capital or the expertise to do a large multifamily mixed-use project, right? I would love to see that happen. I hope that there's a developer who can do that in Muldoon, who can do that in surface parking downtown, who can do those type of projects in Mountain View. I think it's great to see what Cook Inlet Housing is doing in Mountain View and Spenard. But I think what we're talking about is a family adding a unit, right? That adaptive reuse, so they can have multi-generational family housing. When we presented this, for instance, to the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission and the Alaska Native Sisterhood, that was like the most positive response that we heard. Oh yes, we like that multi-generational family. We would love to have, grandma and grandpa and have our kids come back and be on the same property. And so I think it's about creating conditions in Anchorage where developers can work with the community to do the larger, more focused projects, but also at the same time creating the potential for owner builders, owner occupants. And I guess in terms of, we just heard from so many people tonight who live in duplexes, and for the realtors on our body, the term house hacking, that's how a lot of people are being able to break into the housing market, and by buying a duplex or a triplex or a fourplex and have that supplement their income, and that's their path to home ownership. I think the days are passing us by when somebody's first home is going to be able to be a single family home, because it's very expensive to do without that supplementary income, whether that's a short-term rental or a long-term rental. I prefer they would all be long-term rentals, but again, I think we'll have to take up that conversation maybe separately, as Member Zalatel mentioned. So my appeal is that this is a both and, not an either or. And I guess would voice my commitment that we do need to look very carefully about how we can make some of those long-standing plans actually be effectuated. What can we do, at least within our power as a legislative body, to do that work? Thank you.
Mr. Colhase hasn't spoken on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you would indulge me for a moment, I'm not going to speak so much, but I've been remiss for a long time, and it needs to be said now, I think, that the planning department is repeatedly attacked and disparaged in some of the comments from some members of the body. It happened tonight. It's happened in previous meetings. And these men and women are professionals who have devoted their careers to serving the public. Most of them could make more money working at firms like the one that Ms. Brawley worked at one time, I'm sure. Members and other employees in other departments are in the same category. They choose to work here because they love the city. They do what they think is best for the city. They devote their time, their careers, their energy, their education, their passion to that. And I think it's unfair for the planning department, it's been the planning department lately, to be called out and accused of not doing their jobs. We all know that department members, from the directors on down, they work under an administration, and I'm not saying that the administration has set any direction on this. I guess what I'm saying is that, again, I'll repeat, they're professionals who have only one goal in mind. I cannot name an employee in the city who I think is working for their own personal interests. They are here to serve the public. I see that repeatedly day in and day out. I saw it when I worked in PM&E, I saw it when I worked in Public Works, I saw it when I worked in the building department, and I see it here in my vantage point from all the employees I deal with. People may not agree with everything that comes out of them. People may not agree with how quickly they get things done, but I wanted to take this last opportunity first to apologize to the planning department for not having spoken up earlier when I should have in other meetings, and to express those thoughts. So thank you for indulging me. I appreciate it.
Ms. Brawley, please stop clapping. Ms. Gleason, you are out of order. You have been warned.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I know we're running out of time. I am happy to talk offline about larger forces at play in the city. There's gentrification has been raised, not in name, but in concept. But I want to say briefly tonight, Anchorage has a persistent disconnect between the intent of the plans that we pass and how we actually are willing to achieve those plans. Some of that is not always implementing the things that we put in our plans, and other parts of it are really not being willing to engage with the idea that we need to make changes beyond what we contemplate in those plans to actually achieve the goals that we've set out for ourselves. We're also not good as a community at weighing the cost of change against the cost of the status quo. Many of the problems that were brought up today are not going to be solved and were not caused by zoning, such as dealing with cars on the street and snow plowing. The rules, the housing market, and the economic conditions we have now are producing the problems we have. There are other factors, but those are the local ones matter. And that's not just in our housing market, it is also the fact that we have ever increasing property values that drive increasing property taxes, and we hear a lot about that. That will continue to price existing residents out, and that is not something that is caused by zoning changes, that is caused by the conditions that we have. Furthermore, we have a shrinking tax base when you adjust for inflation. That means we are basically taxing fewer and fewer people, the same properties, and we are not carving up those properties into smaller pieces so that more can own them, and we are wondering why it is more and more expensive to live here when we are basically paying for a lower level of service than we used to have 40 years ago. The math is not in our favor right now, and that is what we continue to say. We talk a lot about housing, but we need to introduce the idea that this affects our tax base and our ability to pay for ourselves as a city long term. And I want to leave two questions. Where do we want new residents to live in this city? And I want to be specific, I'm not talking about transient workers that move into the city. I'm not even talking about rentals or folks who maybe first come to the city and are trying to decide whether they want to stay here long term. I am talking about new residents who want to own a piece of Anchorage. Where can they live? The problem is that even as we lose population, others have said this, that we are not seeing housing come on the market. People have second homes, people buy investment homes, people keep a home and move somewhere else part of the year. So there is a disconnect between the population dynamics and the ownership dynamics in the city. What this ordinance is about is the ownership dynamics and making ownership more possible. And then finally, I'll just leave you with two statements that were put in a comprehensive plan that is older than I am. It was passed in 1982, so it's before even our current comprehensive plan, and it was two objectives around housing. It says the municipality should encourage a range in choices of housing within neighborhoods, and two, that residentially zoned land should be brought into balance with housing needs. These are words, again, that are older than I am, and I believe that we are not upholding the intent of people who have come well before me in keeping the promise that Anchorage is a place that everybody is allowed to live.
So I have myself in the queue.
Mr. Constant.
A couple minutes left. A few things, a few last notes. So, Mr. Martinez, I feel what I will call, and not disparagingly, your impatience on seeing action, because I understand it. There's an item on our agenda tonight, 14C, if you look at it. It's an extension of a revitalization designation of a deteriorated area for tax benefits for the East Downtown Fairview area. 10 years old on July 16th. 10 years old, and it was used one time. Now that was before I was elected. It was put in the code. I fought really hard for it. I could not get one administration to market the program, and I couldn't get any builder to use it until finally I found one, and I hooked on, and I said, help me do this. And they picked the farthest west property closest to downtown, and the property was only half in the tax abatement zone, so we had to extend the zone by half a parcel. So I moved the ball half a lot in 10 years, and that sucks. And so I think your call is, let's be targeted about some of these efforts so that we can make real change. And I think that you've seen substantial investments in Spenard as a place where this work is going on. Let's figure out where in Muldoon and let's get on it, because I get it. And I have been doing this work, and we're going to postpone this one tonight, I hope, that I have for later for one meeting, just so we can get it perfect. So the question you asked was, what are we going to do? You say you want to flip it on its head. And so it's like, what are we going to do? Because nobody does it for us. We got to do it. We have to bring it. If we don't bring it, it's not going to happen. So to that, I say, I hear you and I understand. And it's painful, the pace sometimes. But we keep fighting, and we'll do it until the next people have to carry the ball for us. Now, I'm going to address a little bit of Mr. Colhase's comment. It always takes two to tango in a relationship, and there is a power differential at times, but you spend 6 months on the AMAT's board, and you realize the Technical Advisory Committee, in the end, is the policymaking body. That's the reality, and we find it time and time again when efforts are vetoed by lack of effort, efforts are vetoed by running around and doing other efforts, efforts are vetoed by any number of mechanisms that the staff can achieve. It's very frustrating. And so I personally agree with you, and I have been working, it's not one-sided, to restore this relationship, because it is the most frayed in the municipality, and it's got to be better. But it is not one side. It is a team effort. And a team effort, when it falls apart because of the team, not because of one side. I want to put that out there because I've had conversations trying to figure out the path forward, and it's not easy. It's a challenge, and it's very frustrating to have a report come out at the end that you never saw. It was in relationship to the work you've been doing, and all of a sudden you're rebutted without even the grace of a preview and a conversation about why. The games, they just go on. We have to figure it out. Ms. Bronga, I want to thank you for a compromise proposal. It is an effective one, and I think we can all recognize, and I have been fighting to prevent fires up on the hillside. I've fought to get millions of dollars for tree removal, for dead beetle kill removal. We are making investments in roads for better access and egress. And so all of these things, one bite at a time, are how we do this job. We don't do it perfect all at once today. We do a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. And sometimes we fail. Sometimes we make mistakes. But mostly, I think the goodwill of this body, the wisdom of the group is there. Anyhow, with that, I think we've talked about this for almost 2 hours. No one else is in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
No.
On a vote of 7 to 5, AO 2023-87 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 14D. Item 14D is the intent of the sponsors to substitute the ordinance for a resolution. So the public hearing on this will be not happening. So 14D is AO 2024-44, an ordinance to Anchorage Assembly amending the comprehensive plan and Anchorage 2040 land use plan to allow implementation of the home initiative, including text amendments to Title 21. Also included 14D1, AM 389-2024, and Resolution AR 2024-201, resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting and petitioning the administration to complete a targeted plan review as defined in Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.03.070B of the 2020 Comprehensive Plan, 2040 Land Use Plan, and associated comprehensive plan elements. So, Ms. Alatom.
Move to approve the substitute AR.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve AR 2024-201, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Vaughn. Ms. Zalatel.
I would cede the floor to Ms. Brawley.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I'll be brief. The plan, our comprehensive plan, needs to be updated, and Title 21 has a section that already exists to address that. It's called a 10-year targeted plan review. So this resolution says we need to update our plan, but but we also need to update our community's understanding about what our housing problems are, why we have been unable to achieve the goals set out in our plans over a decade ago, even all the way back to the 1980s. This resolution points to existing data sources to utilize. It makes a couple of recommended changes in the land use plan to the policies, but these are just recommendations to consider. It is a charge to conduct a robust public process, but also to do so on a set time frame, which starts with defining a work plan and target dates for completion. We want to be clear that the 10-year review in the code is not referring to it taking 10 years, it is the frequency of review, and as we've discussed amply tonight, there is urgency behind this problem. We've heard many people say what we all know is true, that our housing problems are urgent, that we need to take action to address these problems and that it's overdue, and that things will continue to get worse under current conditions, and they already have. But if we want to open up our plans again to give us clearer direction to do that, then so be it. But we need to make sure that this is a targeted review and the resolution is designed to do that. Thank you.
Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is not an attack on the planning department, but I'll just point out that this is something that was overdue, this update. And so I guess my charge is, this is us listening to the feedback of the community. They said, let the planning department drive the process. We're entrusting you with that. But it needs to happen. And it needs to happen expeditiously, and it needs to happen in a way where actively you're looking to bring voices to the table that don't always get the seat at the table. Wide participation, including from disadvantaged groups. Also, I hope that some of the language that I read from the APA documents on the previous item, I hope that resonates with you. And I hope that that will inform this process as it moves forward. So, thank you.
Ms. Zolotow.
I want to thank Ms. Brawley for pulling this resolution together. She was really the architect of it, and I know she's put a lot of work into it. I would say that what this resolution provides is a playbook for teamwork and collaboration. I think there's this opportunity to re-examine the prior work plan, to take a look at it in conjunction with the Housing Action Plan, for Mr. Martinez to engage in it and take a look at it, particularly as to what he wants to catalyze in his district, because I've heard that abundantly clear tonight. And so that we can collectively work together to get a work plan we can all, take a bite out of, and have it all done in the context of the comprehensive plan review that needs to happen and the 2040 land use plan as well. And as we do that, ask ourselves maybe why some of those items on that list either haven't moved, has there just not been appetite or community support, or are things overdue and we really need to catalyze action around those? Thank you.
No one else? Members may proceed. Are they trying to get in, Ms. Braga? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just saw the part about submitting a work plan within 60 days. I just wonder with the change in administration, do we really need to hem in? I guess, you really want to make sure that we're working forward, but I'm wondering if that's a realistic time plan.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I believe it is workable. So 60 days is essentially the end of August. So certainly there is a transition coming up. Of course, that affects department heads potentially. It does not affect the entire staff. I would think that a work plan, I've done similar work plans, honestly, for other comprehensive plan, starting with a new comprehensive plan. And really it entails a timeline, what your major steps are, the types of engagement you intend to engage in. In fact, I would look back at our public engagement plan from the prior item that really outlines that. That did not take 60 days to make. And so I believe it's realistic. It's not saying that you have to do all the work in 60 days. It's really doing a project plan, essentially, for how you're going to do it. And then that is part of the overall timeline with the goal that this process be completed in about a year.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Anyone else? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
You want a voice vote?
Yeah.
Miss?
Member Bronga?
Yes. Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-201, a substitute for AO 2024-44 has passed the body. We'll just take 1 minute. Okay, no, we got it. Okay. I think then that rolls us back up to items 14A plus the subsequent items that happen below it. Oh, yeah, so, okay, go ahead, Ms. Salatel. Wait, I'll read it. I'm sorry, once again, I'll read it. So, AO, thank you, Madam Clerk. AO 2024-44, an ordinance to Anchorage Assembly amending comprehensive plan and Anchorage 2040 land use plan to allow implementation of home initiative, including text amendments to Title 21. Ms. Salatel.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Motion to postpone indefinitely by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Volland. Any discussion on the matter? This is just a technical matter, so, okay, hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2024-44 has passed the body. Now, we have approximately 20, sorry, go ahead. My brain. AO 2024-44 has been postponed indefinitely. Thank you, gentlemen. So we have approximately 20 minutes left before it's time to extend the meeting if we agree, but there are just a small handful of must-pass items that relate to cold weather shelter, and then one issue about the alcohol, item 15B, 15A and 15B really. So if we can get through the 5 items and the 2, then I think we can be done for the night. So I'll ask in about 15 minutes for a motion to extend when we see how much more time we need. We can.
I moved to change the order today to take up 15A and 15B, then followed by 14A and its trailing items.
Second.
So a motion to change the order made by Ms. Alatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any objection? Hearing and seeing none, the order of the day has been changed. We'll now take up item 15A. Item 15A is AR 2024-193, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for package store license number 6171 for the Bottle Shop LLC, DBA Alaska Blooms and Bubbles.
Waiver.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Oh, you want to be heard? Come on down. The microphone isn't on, so hit the green button. Welcome. Please state your name. There you go. What part of town you're from? You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi. I'm Adam Baxter. My wife and I are the owners of Begoy's Florist and Home.
Yep.
And so Alaska Blooms and Bubbles is a subsidiary that we've founded or started. And basically the intent of the business is with the Title IV rewrite, with the availability to deliver alcohol under certain opportunities, specifically to events, thinking weddings, things of that nature. We've decided to open up our business to that value add for consumers. We're not looking to be an entire bottle shop like a Brown Jug or anything like that. Our business model is going to be more constrained to offering champagne and wine. We're going to have a very small space within our existing retail location that is about 300 square feet. And it'll be, consumers will not be able to actually access the alcohol. They'll have to ask for it from behind the counter. I guess the last thing I'd like to point out is that we are aware of the public comments that were opposed to this. I've reached out to the adult daycare facility and spoken with Alex and Kyle, the owners of the business, and also spoke with Mr. Caldwell, who owns Skateland, when they got the public notice, and explained to them what our business model, our intent was, and after talking with them, they had no objections, and they just weren't aware of what our intentions were. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the item?
Briefly.
Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. So I want to thank the petitioner for coming and providing that clarification. We did also receive those 2 comments, so thank you for explaining the business model. Regardless of the comments, it met the requirements for approval, but I always appreciate when a petitioner comes and has done that outreach to the community. Thank you.
I'll just add for my part, I always appreciate a new model for a business, and this seems quite interesting. So, seeing hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-193 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B, AR 2024-194, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place license number 5516 for Bridges Enterprises LLC DBA White Spot Cafe.
Waive reading.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Salatel. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Myers, seconds. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2024-194 has passed the body. That brings us back to item 14A. Item 14A, Ms. Salatel.
Thank you. 14A and the associated items thereafter all involve emergency cold weather shelter. Due to my position as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, I'd ask to be excused.
Yep, based on the previous decisions, these items do relate to the work you're involved in. So there is a personal interest, so you are excused. So next we have item 14A. 14A is AR 2024-187, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to appropriate $15,420 from the Pay for Success account 29000000967 to the Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness for bridge funding for the cold weather shelter through June 30, 2024. Public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Thank you. My name is Eric Glatt. I live in District 1. And this is my comment here is a little bit of an invitation, particularly to people who are newer on the Assembly. Before my current work representing people experiencing homelessness in Anchorage, I moved up here to serve as the staff attorney for the ACLU. I left that position and in between for 3 years worked at the United Way as the project director that stood up this Pay for Success project. That's for Home for Good Anchorage. And the position was the position was paid for, the whole project was kickstarted with HUD money. It was a demonstration grant so that we could learn how to do the kind of permanent supportive housing intervention that this Pay for Success account supports. And it is, to my understanding, about to wind down its period of action. And I would like to go back to the origins of that project, which was a demonstration grant, a project from which we learn how to do this very complicated, very challenging work of helping people who've experienced prolonged, persistent homelessness and have very complex needs. This project targets the people with the most complex profile of needs and challenges and how to figure out in Anchorage what it takes to get people off the streets, out of encampments, and into supportive housing with all the wraparound services that are required, partnering with multiple entities within the community to help them figure out how to make such an intervention pencil, ideally without continuing to rely on municipal dollars. I would invite all of you, and particularly people who are newer to the Assembly, who are less familiar with that project, to ask questions, both at the United Way. You've received presentations from Sam Longacre. Feel free to contact me as well. I think there are a lot of lessons in this project for us to learn from. I'm speaking a little bit off the specific topic, but I, again, invite you to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Anyone wish to speak to the item?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to speak generally to the 5 items. So this item and then the 4 consent agenda items. And then if I have specific questions, I'll just wait till we get to the item. So these items that we have before us essentially take funding from the over-appropriated funds for the Pay for Success that are just sitting in the account, and they're over-appropriated. So if we don't do something with them, then they'll just get turned into fund balance at the end of the year. And then some unspent funds from a transportation budget amendment that we approved, I believe it was in the November budget process. So that's primarily where the funding is coming from, and then the other amendments look at extending contracts. So, and this is all essentially to get us through the end of July so that we can helpfully have a successful transition between Henning Inc. and whoever the new provider will be. I look forward to learning about who that provider will be in the coming days or weeks. And then, because otherwise we would need to transition folks in a week, and I think that would be untenable and unwise for us to force that kind of transition. So this allows for a month to make that transition between the 2 different providers, and then also allows us time to get the money from the state, which will help, I guess that will start kicking in, I suppose, after in August 1st, I guess that money will start kicking in, and then we'll see how long that money goes through. So definitely support all 4 of these items, and I will leave it there. Don't have any questions on this specific one.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Just want to briefly add, this is part of continuing to hold up our part of the promise that we made to the legislature and to the governor that we would continue to operate this shelter year-round, but we don't have the money to do that year-round. And so in the meantime, Mr. Rivera already covered kind of what this is doing and the purpose, but just to underscore that we are continuing to operate this on the expectation that we will receive those funds, and again, that we are asking the state to also uphold its part of the bargain. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing here none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-187 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D15. 10D15 is, one sec. Sure. 10D15 is AM 545-2024, amendment number 3 with Henning Inc. for congregate shelter operations for the municipality of Anchorage. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley, you want to speak to it?
I guess I'll just cede my time to others if they want to add something.
Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 545-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D16, AM 546-2024, amendment number 2, statewide services, Inc., DBA ESS, support services worldwide, ESS for congregate food services for the municipality. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the matter?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Rivera?
Thank you. And I will, as I'm asking this, I will ask likely Ms. Johnson if she can come up. And I'm going to have questions on this one and then the next two. So is ESS not interested in providing food past July 31st, or was that just not a question that the health department asked them?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera. So we are just extending ESS's current contract through the end of July. We did put out an ITB, and it was for singularly food, singularly operations, or operations with food included. So they, I believe, showed up to the pre-bid meeting, and I do believe they have an intent to bid for moving forward.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else on the matter? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AM 546-2024 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10E4, AR 2024-199, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reappropriate $288,580 from the Pay for Success account 2900000967 to the Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness for Cold Weather Shelter Bridge funding through July 31, 2024. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the matter?
Sorry, I should get in the queue.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this can just be answered by a nod, and I'll put it on the record. Does this zero out the over appropriation for Pay for Success, or will there still be some remaining funds in there? And if it's not known, then that's fine. Okay, so just for the record, it sounds like we don't know exactly at this time, but an answer will be given. Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, AR 2024-199S has passed the body. And next we have item 10E5, which is AR 2024-200, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to reappropriate $122,324 from the Emergency Cold Weather Shelter Non-Emergency Transportation Account 2900001147 to the Anchorage Health Department Housing and Homelessness for Cold Weather Shelter Bridge funding through July 31, 2024. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on the matter? Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe this one probably will also be best answered by Ms. Johnson, and it's not going to be a nod question. So if you want to make your way up. So I assume that this is the $200,000 that the Assembly put into the budget to help with transportation needs in November. Is that accurate?
Through the chair to Mr. Rivera, yes.
Okay. So I would like a general report of how the $78,000 or so was spent, and by that I mean X amount of dollars on taxis, X amount of dollars on bus passes, X amount of dollars on Uber, Lyft, etc. So a general report like that would be helpful. But I'm wondering for now if you can just speak to why a lot of this funding was not spent. And in particular, from at least what I was hearing, I did hear a variety of complaints about transportation and transportation needs. So I'm just somewhat surprised that so much of this money is still available. So if you can just speak to that.
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Rivera, $200,000 actually is a lot of funding when you start to think about how a taxi ride only costs, $12 to $20. We did a lot of bus passes. We did a lot of Uber and Lyfts. There was a lot of gas for vehicles that were already owned by the emergency shelter contractor. And we also had a lot of bus passes that were either continuations of the emergency funding for warming. But when people are being transported within the system, they have to have somewhere that they're going. It's not just transportation to anywhere. And so when you really start to hone in on where people are going, we kind of separate where people have intentional places to go versus they just want to, go somewhere and meet up with someone. And so, $70,000 in transportation over a 8-month period is really not, I think that's a substantial amount of money.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2024-200 has passed the body.
Mr. Chair, I move to extend the meeting by 10 minutes.
There's a motion to extend
Second.
by 10 minutes by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, we are extended. Next, we have on the agenda item 14B. Is that correct? Okay, so item 14B is AR 2024-173, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1547 IBEW. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AR 2024-173 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14C, AO 2024-63, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the Fairview East Downtown Revitalization Area designation as a deteriorated area as established by AO 2024-071S. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. Ms. Zalatel?
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 16th.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of July 16th, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2024-63 has been postponed to the meeting of July 16th. Next, we have item 14E, AO 2024-61, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.60 to add a new section, amending AMC Title 16 to add a new chapter, and amending AMC Sections 1.35.010, 3.20.010, 3.30.012, and 3.30.172 to establish the Accountability Board for Childcare and Early Education and the Principal Executive Officer for the Childcare and Early Education Fund. The public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Brawley?
I'd like to move to continue the public hearing and postpone this item to the next meeting, July 16th.
Second.
So the motion is to continue to July 16, moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Any further discussion on the item? Go ahead, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just very briefly, I just want to note that we have introduced an S version on this following the work session, and given that it's the end of the night, we want to make sure this has the attention that it deserves, and so that is why we are simply recommending not taking it up tonight. Thanks.
All right, with that, then, the motion is to continue. Any discussion? Hold on a sec. Okay, yeah, go ahead, folks. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2024-61 has passed the body. On the advice of Mr. Gates, I'm going to ask for a motion to reconsider item 14C so we can make a slight change and make a different motion.
Move to reconsider item 14C.
Second.
Motion to reconsider by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Walland. And just for the folks to understand, I'm going to change the motion to continue the public hearing instead of postpone the item. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider. I urge a yes vote. So the system is not agreeing, Mr. Gates.
Member Myers?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes. Hold on, I'm going to ask, is there any objection? I'm hearing no objection, so this item has passed. The motion to reconsider has passed. Now we have before us The motion, I would like to ask for is a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of July 16th.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. I don't know if we can call it up. Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Myers. All right, members may proceed to vote. And it's not, so I'm going to ask again for unanimous consent. Is any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion has passed. That item has been continued to the meeting of July 16th. So it's a good thing the system broke now because I think we just finished our business. Next we have audience participation. Welcome. We have about 9 minutes. That'll be enough room for 3 people. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone is off. There you go.
Thank you very much. My name is Lincoln Swan. I'm a resident of Midtown. I'm a registered voter and taxpayer in the municipality of Anchorage, and I'm here to appeal to my elected representatives to ask you to be strong advocates for myself as well as the rest of our friends, family, and neighbors in this great city. In April of 2021, nearly 40,000 citizens told the Assembly, Mayor's Office, and Police Department that we wanted to spend our money improving transparency on the way that police interact with us by way of body cameras. Since that measure passed, APD has created, at every opportunity, the appearance of utterly disregarding the will of the people that this esteemed body is here to represent. The last conversation I had with former Chief Curl included the statement from him, "There was no mandate." Today, APD reported a SWAT operation that resulted in a fatality. Further, they reported that no member of that team was wearing a camera. Interim Chief Cross stated it was too difficult to figure out how to attach cameras to bulky SWAT gear. It's hard not to feel like she's insulting our collective intelligence. It's been years. Other departments have figured it out. I'm not going to insult her intelligence by pointing out that we can literally just do what they do. APD's policy states, in part, officers in uniform performing patrol or crime suppression duties shall wear a BWC at all times while on duty. Officers who are assigned to BWC shall record all calls for service or when initiating an encounter with the public, unless otherwise accepted under the policy or it is unsafe, impossible, or impractical to do so, including but not limited to use of force, high-risk situations, physical arrest of persons, service of a search warrant. Based on this policy, one would think the leadership at the PD would recognize that the SWAT are perhaps the first team that should have been outfitted. I support the removal of the interim chief due to this egregious disregard of the will of the citizens of Anchorage. I hope the new chief will understand and respect the rights of citizens to understand how we are governed and in particular policed. To cultivate an adversarial relationship with the public at large puts both law enforcement and the public at risk. It's apparent that APD hates the idea of the public knowing how they interact with us. I personally have been impressed with my interactions, but I wonder what they are so afraid of. I call on this body to enshrine in law the requirement for APD to wear body cameras.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi there, thank you. My name is Bailey Demir, and I live in Assembly District 3 in the Spenard area. I was raised in Alaska, lived out of state for a while, but moved back to Anchorage in 2017. I organize with Community Action Forum, and I'm a proud working class worker. Most recently, I've worked as a courtroom judicial assistant for the state criminal court here in Anchorage, and most recently as the lead law office assistant for the Anchorage Criminal Trial Unit at the Alaska Public Defender Agency. I'm here following the recent killing of 3 community members by APD. I'm here to give testimony in favor of developing a comprehensive system for data collection regarding officer use of lethal force to be housed in an impartial department that can compile and use the information to drive policy. I'd like to see change beyond this, but I recognize I do not make my history under entirely self-selected circumstances. It is brutally apparent to me that the legal system enforced by police is deathly. It works to protect private as opposed to personal property, and it disproportionately brings charges against and reduces the liberties of marginalized working class and poor people. I've been witness to racially and economically biased treatment in courtrooms. I've known person after person to breathe their last breath at the Anchorage jail, and importantly for purposes of today's subject, I've seen news of community member after community member, often in a state of profound crisis, gunned down by police in their homes, driveways, and streets. As of yet, there's been a despicable lack of response to community outcry about this brutality. The way things are, it has me conceptualizing you all yourselves as cops, and I know you're not, but especially when one assembly member who at a recent meeting took it upon themselves to smugly refer to a friend of mine who was speaking on the issue, to refer them to existing APD deadly force investigation processes, that those same processes that are not at all improved or trusted by the community. A former APD police chief admitted that investigations which occur after an officer is involved in use of deadly force can appear to the public as law enforcement investigating themselves. And I can attest, working in the court system, that the cops work very closely with OSP. I put forward this ask today, not because it's my own ask. I'm literally just repeating the asks of the Alaska Justice Information Center, modifying it for municipal level government. And I have two questions, limited time here, but I'm interested to know what the municipal code is that enables investigation of APD by OSP, and I want to know if it can be modified to include that comprehensive data collection system that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. All right, I think we have time for one more. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Gachupin. I live on the east side of Anchorage. I came here today to support a resolution for the Handy family. Unfortunately, this is the second time I've come to an assembly meeting with this expectation. Hopefully, certain assembly members actually stay true to their word, and when I come to the next assembly meeting, a resolution will be ready. If you want this community to trust your word and actually think you're listening to them, then do what you say you're going to do and stop ignoring issues that are clearly a problem in our community. With that said, I'm going to go into my next concern. I don't care if a new administration is coming in and a new chief is being appointed. Although a lot of you would like to think this is going to fix the issues with what we have going on with APD, I'm going to tell you it's not. I'm going to tell you that coming from my professional experience and years of seeing the dysfunction in APD culture, this is why I think that this is not going to be a fix. This last month, we've had 4 officer-involved shootings with no transparency. But this isn't the first time there's been issues with transparency with officer-involved shootings. In case you all don't remember, or if you weren't here, between 2020 and 2021, we had a family that repeatedly came before the assembly and asked for body cameras for APD due to the death of their loved one. It wasn't all of you or any of the nonprofits or organizations that started this conversation about body cameras for APD. It was the surviving family members of someone who was killed by APD that started the conversation. If we truly want to fix the issue of transparency with APD, then we need an independent police review board. This is something PSL Anchorage has been saying for years now. We've been so consistent with this issue that we've spent hours researching, writing a white paper, and even now getting a national association that specializes in civilian oversight of law enforcement to be open to working with us in developing a potential review board specific to Anchorage. I'm saying this so all of you understand that when we come to you with a comprehensive plan for a review board, you all actually listen and not just, kind of look at your computer while we talk. Because the reality is that the community as a whole wants this. Across party lines, across class lines, we all want a police department that we feel is transparent and that we don't have to worry about killing us because an officer gets scared when they see a gun. There needs to be an oversight over APD that doesn't work hand in hand with them. And yes, as Bailey said, OSP does work hand in hand with them, and if you don't have that knowledge, then maybe you should look a little closer into that, because anyone that has basic interactions with APD would know how OSP works and how internal affairs works. I would really highly recommend you all actually do some investigation into that. This oversight needs to be independent, and it needs to be inclusive of the community as a whole. And I got 1 second, so that's it.
Thank you. We are adjourned.
Just a comment for the chair. Earlier,